Hey, night owls! Or maybe you're an early sleeper trying to trick your brain into shutting down. Either way, welcome. Tonight we're diving into 6 full hours of Roman history and Greek mythology, stitched together by one man. You've probably never heard of Quintus Fabius Pictor. Now, don't panic if that name sounds like a fancy Italian pasta. He's not a new menu item. He's actually the very first Roman historian we know about. And fun fact, he didn't even bother writing in Latin. Nope, he wrote Rome's history in Greek. Why? Because Greek was the cool kids' language of the Mediterranean. Writing history in Latin back then was like trying to publish a TikTok in Morse code, technically possible, but who's watching? Before we dive in, do me a favor. Hit that like button if you love long, cozy history stories, and comment below with where you're listening from. Bedroom, couch, secretly playing me under your desk at work? Don't worry, I won't tell your boss. Okay. Now set the mood, dim the lights, get comfortable, maybe pull up a blanket. Imagine you're lying in some ancient Roman villa, except without the plague or the questionable plumbing. You close your eyes, and suddenly you're in Rome, around the year 215 BCE. The streets smell like olive oil, sweat, and too many goats crammed into one space. The Second Punic War is raging. Hannibal is out there somewhere, with his army and those famous elephants. And in the middle of this chaos stands our guy, Quintus Fabius Pictor. Picture him, a Roman senator with a sharp stylus in hand, scribbling history not for his own people, but for the Greeks. It's like if a modern American decided to write the entire story of the US in French, just to make sure Europe took them seriously. Bold move, right? Why did he do it? Simple. He wanted to defend Rome's honor. The Greeks looked at Romans the way we look at people who put ketchup on pasta, with suspicion, confusion, maybe even a little disgust. Pictor's mission was to show them, no, Rome is cultured, Rome has history, Rome has myths just as epic as yours. So what did he do? He reached deep into Rome's mythological toolbox and started weaving stories that sounded a whole lot like Greek myths, except with a Roman twist. You'll hear about gods, heroes, founding legends, and battles that made Sparta look like a schoolyard brawl. And here's the kicker. Everything he wrote, gone, lost to time, burned, buried, maybe used as kindling during one of Rome's many bar fights with history. All we have are little crumbs, fragments, quoted by later historians like Livy and Plutarch. So tonight, we're piecing together those crumbs, mixing them with Greek myth, and serving them up as the bedtime story you didn't know you needed. You step into Pictor's world. The Senate is buzzing with tension, the marble floors echoing with the sandals of frantic messengers. Outside, the city walls shake with rumors of Hannibal's next move. Inside, you find Pictor hunched over, candlelight flickering against his scrolls. He glances up, almost as if he sees you, and smirks. So, he says, you want to know where Rome comes from? You nod, and he begins. And so we start at the beginning, not with dry dates and boring lists, but with the juicy myths. Because Pictor, like every good historian, knew the audience didn't just want facts, they wanted stories. Cue the legend of Aeneas, the Trojan hero, who supposedly fled the burning city of Troy and sailed west, eventually laying the foundations for Rome. Now, was this true? Absolutely not. But hey, every civilization needs an origin story, and if you're going to steal from the best. The Greeks had Homer. Rome had Pictor remixing Homer's leftovers into something new. Imagine the flames of Troy licking the night sky, screams echoing, the smell of burning wood and flesh mingling in the air. You standing beside Aeneas, clutching whatever you could save, running through narrow alleys as the city collapses. That's the DNA Pictor gave to Rome, not just soldiers and laws, but survival. Quick question. If you had to flee a burning city, what's the one object you'd grab? Drop it in the comments. Bonus points if it's weirder than Aeneas carrying his dad on his back. As the night deepens, you settle deeper into the myth. Rome is no longer just a city of stone, it's a city born of ashes, carried by a refugee hero. That's where Pictor starts us. And we're only getting warmed up. Now that you've survived Troy's burning, let's step into the wild forest of Latium, where wolves, twins, and divine drama are waiting. You survived Troy's burning with Aeneas, and now you've stumbled into the raw, unpolished wilderness of Latium. Think of it as Italy before the wine, before the pizza, before the Colosseum selfies. Back then, it was just forests, rivers, and a whole lot of superstition. Here, Pictor gives us the famous tale of Romulus and Remus. You know it, the twins abandoned by the river Tiber, saved by a wolf, and destined to found Rome. But let's be clear, if you actually dumped two infants by a riverbank today, they wouldn't be raised by wolves. They'd be headline news, and you'd be in prison. Yet in Rome's origin story, the wolf doesn't eat the babies. Instead, she nurses them like some kind of furry babysitter. Imagine it. Sharp fangs, glowing eyes, and, oh yes, the twins drinking wolf milk like it's a protein shake. Romulus and Remus grew up wild, tougher than anyone around them. Their childhood wasn't about math, homework, and soccer practice. It was about survival. Wrestling with animals, stealing food, and figuring out how to run a gang before hitting puberty. Eventually, the brothers decided they needed a city of their own. But like every good sibling story, it ended in a fight. Romulus wanted to build on one hill, Remus wanted another. Voices rose, tempers flared, and spoiler alert, Romulus killed Remus. Yep, Rome's first crime wasn't committed by an enemy, but by a brother. Romulus then founded the city that would bear his name, Rome. And from that messy, bloody moment onward, violence was stitched into Rome's DNA. And Rome wasn't born out of harmony, it was born out of rivalry, stubbornness, and a touch of fratricide. Now, Pictor wasn't dumb. He knew these stories sounded suspiciously Greek. After all, the Greeks had their own wolfish myths and sibling rivalries. But that was the point Rome needed to stand in the same mythological league. He polished the rough Roman legends so they'd impress his Greek readers. Imagine him pitching it like a Hollywood producer. It's got drama, betrayal, murder. It's basically Game of Thrones, but with togas. You can almost see him smirking as he wrote, knowing that history is less about truth and more about a story people will actually believe. So you're standing there with Romulus, staring at the first crude walls of Rome. They're small, unimpressive, but full of ambition. You can hear the shouts of men dragging stones, the clash of iron tools, and the smell of sweat mixed with damp earth. You feel the rough stones under your fingers, knowing this place will grow into something massive. Tell me in the comments, are you more of a Romulus or a Remus? Builder or challenger? Founder or rebel? No wrong answers here, just curious. As the night stretches on, the wolf fades back into the shadows. Romulus sharpens his sword, and Rome takes its first steps into history. But don't get too cozy, because the next stop in Pictor's tale involves stolen brides, angry fathers, and one of the strangest wedding stories you'll ever hear. You're still there, standing by the Tiber River. The water moves sluggishly, brown and moody, like it has something against you personally. This is where the twins were abandoned. Picture the scene. A desperate king, Amulius, orders the infants drowned because, of course, prophecy warned they'd ruin him. Ancient kings really needed better PR advisors. The basket holding Romulus and Remus bobs along, creaking, until it lands in the reeds. And that's when the wolf shows up. Not some cuddly Disney wolf, a snarling, muscled beast with yellow eyes, the kind of predator that could rip you in half without breaking a sweat. Yet somehow, instead of dinner, she sees daycare. The twins latch on, drinking wolf milk as if it's the most natural thing in the world. And if you think that is strange, wait until you hear the rest. Shepherds eventually stumble across the boys and raise them as their own, teaching them to herd, fight, and survive. Imagine your childhood, but instead of Saturday morning cartoons, it's fistfights with bandits and hunting wild boar for breakfast. As they grow, Romulus and Remus form a gang, a ragtag bunch of outcasts, thieves, and runaway slaves. Their hideouts echo with laughter and plans, fires crackle in the night, and the air smells of smoke, sweat, and ambition. They become legends among the shepherds, the kind of figures parents whisper about to scare their kids into behaving. But fate doesn't let them just stay outlaws. Eventually, their true identity is revealed. They're not nobodies, but royal descendants, grandsons of a deposed king. Cue dramatic music. Suddenly, these wolf-raised boys are leaders with a mission. Together, they overthrow their uncle Romulus, the one who ordered them drowned. He doesn't get a gentle retirement. Let's just say Rome's early family reunions were less turkey dinner and more bloody coup. Justice, Roman style. And then comes the big decision, where to build their city. Romulus wants the Palatine Hill. Remus prefers the Aventine Hill. 2 hills, 2 visions, 1 winner. They try to settle it by looking for omens. Birds circling in the sky, numbers to interpret, basically the ancient equivalent of flipping a coin, but with extra steps. The omens, of course, disagree. Tempers flare, words are exchanged, and then steel. Romulus kills Remus, standing over his brother's body, declaring that this is the price of founding greatness. Dark, right? But hey, Rome's history begins with fratricide. Not exactly the bedtime story you'd read to kids, unless you want nightmares. Romulus builds his city. Rough wooden walls rise, trenches are dug, and the dust of construction fills your nostrils. It's small, scrappy, but you can already sense destiny swirling in the air. Rome may be nothing now, but it feels like a heartbeat pounding louder with every stone set in place. Imagine it's you and your sibling deciding where to build a new city. Do you settle it peacefully, or does it end like Romulus and Remus? Drop your answer in the comments. Bonus points if you're the sibling who'd survive. And that, according to Pictor, is how Rome began. Not with peace, not with harmony, but with a wolf's milk, a river's whim, and a brother's blood. Brutal? Absolutely, but also unforgettable. Now that you've witnessed betrayal and bloodshed, brace yourself because next, Pictor takes us into one of the strangest weddings in history. Spoiler, it involves kidnapping, screaming brides, and Rome's very first PR disaster. So there you are, Rome is little more than a messy construction site, and Romulus is standing tall, covered in sweat and dust, claiming his city. But let's rewind a second and really sit with that brother-on-brother drama, because Pictor sure didn't gloss over it. Think about it. In today's world, if 2 brothers argued about real estate, the worst that would happen is one of them blocks the other on WhatsApp. In ancient Rome, the loser ends up dead, face down in the dirt. Imagine Remus's last thought as his brother's blade sinks into him. Wow, over a hill? Really, dude? But here's where it gets darkly funny. Later Roman writers tried to soften this whole mess. Some said maybe Romulus didn't mean to kill Remus. Others suggested Remus mocked Romulus by jumping over his half-built walls, and Romulus snapped. In other words, ancient spin doctors were already at work. No, it wasn't murder, it was passion for architecture. Romulus, though, didn't waste time grieving. He declared the city his, and right there he laid down Rome's first law, one that would echo for centuries. Cross the walls of Rome without permission, and you die. Harsh? Absolutely. But that's how Romulus made sure no one would mock his city again. Imagine if modern cities had that rule. Half the tourists in Paris would vanish before they got their Eiffel Tower selfies. Now, Pictor knew his Greek audience would eat this up. Why? Because Greek myths are full of tragic siblings, Cain and Abel, before Cain and Abel. Think Orestes and Electra. Think Zeus versus everyone. So Romulus and Remus weren't just Roman, they were universal, slotting perfectly into the grand mythological playbook. You stand there in the dust, hearing the echoes of the fight still buzzing in the air. The smell of blood lingers faintly, mixing with the sharp tang of freshly turned earth. Romulus orders trenches dug for foundations, his voice commanding, confident, ruthless. Rome's heartbeat begins to quicken. But here's the twist. This isn't just about a city. It's about identity. By killing Remus, Romulus created a story bigger than himself. Rome wasn't just born, it was scarred, and that scar would define it forever. Okay, let's get real. If you had to choose, would you rather be remembered as the one who built something great, or the one who challenged it and paid the price? Drop your answer in the comments, founder or rebel. Back in the dust and chaos, Romulus starts organizing. He's not just a killer, he's a planner. He divides his men, sets up laws, and invites outcasts, wanderers, and even criminals to join the new city. Picture the scene. A wild mix of farmers, thieves, ex-slaves, all cramming into a half-built Rome, swearing allegiance to Romulus because, honestly, where else are they going to go? The city smells of sweat, smoke, and ambition. Fires burn at night, casting flickering light over half-finished walls. Voices echo, men argue, plans are whispered. Everyone knows this place is unstable, fragile, but also destined for something. And you? You can feel it too. Rome is no longer just dirt and wood. It's alive, a beast being born. You hear it in the clash of hammers, the shuffle of sandals, the low hum of prayers to the gods. Romulus stands above it all, sharp-eyed, determined. His hands are stained with his brother's blood. But he doesn't look back. Not once, that's Rome for you. Always forward, never sentimental. So here ends the legend of wolves, twins, rivers, and blood. Rome is founded raw, ruthless, and already carrying the weight of destiny. And yet, Pictor isn't done. Oh no, he's just getting warmed up. Because founding a city is one thing, filling it with people and women is another. And Romulus's solution? Let's just say it was one of history's most infamous parties. You're still standing in the dust of early Rome. The shouts of workers ring in your ears. The smell of sweat and crushed stone hangs in the air. Romulus wipes his brow, eyes fixed not on what Rome is, but what it could be. But let's talk about something practical, because Pictor, writing for his Greek audience, wasn't just telling juicy myths. He was explaining how Rome worked. And what's the first thing every brand new city needs? People. Lots of them. Romulus had men. Oh, he had plenty of men, rough exiles, runaway slaves, drifters. Basically, if you were on the run from debt, a bad marriage, or an angry neighbor, Rome was your chance at a reset button. It was like the ancient Mediterranean's version of Las Vegas. Come as you are, no questions asked. But here's the obvious problem. No women, not one, which meant Rome's future looked pretty short-lived. A city of sweaty, single guys can only last so long before it collapses under the weight of bad decision-making. So Romulus, ever the strategist, had to figure something out. And this is where Pictor gives us the perfect setup for Chapter 3. But before we get there, let's linger a little longer on Rome's earliest shape. You walk through the streets of Proto-Rome, mud sticks to your sandals, wooden huts lean at odd angles, smoke from cooking fires stings your nose, children run barefoot, chasing stray dogs. Men argue about property lines that are really just rocks shoved in the dirt. And everywhere you feel ambition buzzing like static. These aren't ordinary settlers. They believe deeply that this scrappy town will become something mighty. Romulus fuels this belief by declaring Rome blessed by the gods. Every trench dug, every wall raised, is done under divine eyes. He holds ceremonies, sacrifices goats, pours wine onto the earth. The air smells of incense and blood. The crowd murmurs prayers. People look at the sky, searching for omens. A flock of birds, a flash of lightning. Anything that might prove Rome isn't just a crazy idea. And here's where Pictor's choice to write in Greek mattered. The Greeks loved omens, myths, and rituals. By showing Rome as a city born with divine approval, Pictor was basically saying, hey Athens, hey Sparta, don't laugh. We're legit. We've got gods on speed dial too. But let's not pretend it was all glorious. The early Romans lived hard. Imagine no plumbing, no clean water system yet, no Netflix to distract you, just mud, smoke, back-breaking labor, and the constant risk of a raid from neighbors who thought, hey, nice city, shame if someone burned it down. At night, you'd hear wolves howling in the hills, the same kind of wolves that once nursed Romulus and Remus, a reminder that nature was always just outside the walls, waiting, watching. The firelight inside the city flickers, but the dark beyond is endless. And yet, despite all this, Rome survived. Why? Because Romulus was ruthless enough to make it happen. He wasn't a gentle leader. He was pragmatic. You cross his walls, you die. You challenge his vision, you get buried. He believed survival required strength, discipline, and sacrifice. Let's make this fun. If you were one of Rome's first citizens, what role would you play? The builder? The priest? The outlaw hiding in the crowd? Comment below with your answer. No judgment, unless you say tax collector. So Rome is no longer a dream. It's a living, breathing city, crude, dangerous, hungry for more. Romulus sits like a wolf in human form, eyes glowing with ambition. He has his city, his men, his laws. But he doesn't have the one thing he desperately needs: women. And that, my friends, sets the stage for one of the strangest, darkest, and most controversial stories in Roman legend. A story Pictor carefully passed down, mixing fact, myth, and scandal. Romulus looks around his city, sees the eager men sharpening tools and drinking cheap wine, and realizes, we're basically an ancient frat house. This won't end well. Now, in a normal society, the solution would be diplomacy. Ask the neighbors nicely. Maybe arrange some marriages. But Romulus wasn't exactly the romantic dinner and roses type. He was more of a stab first, ask questions later guy. So what does he do? He hatches a plan. He invites Rome's neighbors, especially the Sabines, to a grand festival. Picture it: music, food, games, sacrifices to the gods. Everyone shows up, dressed in their best, expecting a night of fun. The air smells of roasted meat and spilled wine. The crowd buzzes with laughter. The Sabines brought their wives, their daughters, their sisters, completely unaware of what was about to go down. Then, in the middle of the festivities, Romulus gives the signal. His men lunge forward, seizing the women. Screams pierce the air. Wine cups crash to the ground. Fathers and brothers are shoved aside. The women are dragged away as chaos explodes under the Roman night sky. It's brutal. It's shocking. It's unforgettable. And here's the twisted part. Roman historians later tried to spin this event as some kind of noble act. They claimed the women weren't taken violently, but persuaded, that Romulus promised them they'd be honored as the first mothers of Rome, not just trophies of war. Imagine the PR nightmare. No, it wasn't kidnapping, it was expedited dating. Still, the truth is clear. Rome was desperate, and desperation breeds ugly solutions. You're standing in the festival crowd when the shouting starts. Hands grab your arm, your wine cup falls and shatters. Around you, women scream as men drag them toward Rome's gates. The smell of sweat, spilled wine, and panic fills your nose. You try to run, but the crowd crushes against you, the night lit by torches swinging wildly. In the distance, Romulus stands tall, unflinching, as if this chaos is just another part of his grand plan. His face is calm, almost serene. To him, this isn't cruelty, it's survival. And here's where Pictor's cleverness comes in. He wasn't just telling a scandal. He framed it for Greek readers as a story of destiny. These women, he wrote, weren't victims, they became the lifeblood of Rome. Mothers, matriarchs, the foundation of a city that would one day rule the world. It's historical gaslighting at its finest. Let's get real. If you were at that festival, would you have been the one grabbing, the one grabbed, or the one slipping out quietly with a plate of free food? Be honest, comment below. As the festival fades into memory, the kidnapped women begin their new lives in Rome. Some wept, some raged, but in time, many became integrated into Roman society, shaping families, raising children, and according to the legend, eventually defending Rome against their own fathers and brothers. But that's a tale for later in this chapter. For now, all you need to know is this: Rome's population crisis was solved not by charm, but by force, and it left scars that would never truly fade. So now Rome isn't just a city of men anymore. It's a city of families born out of theft, trauma, and some disturbingly creative problem-solving. And you thought your family reunions were awkward. The night after the festival must have been eerie. Imagine Rome's streets, once filled with music and torches, now quiet, broken only by muffled crying from the houses. The women were there against their will, suddenly cut off from their families, their homes, their lives. Pictor, writing for his Greek audience, tried to soften the scene. He painted Romulus as a leader not just of warriors but of husbands in training. The Romans, he claimed, didn't mistreat the women. They tried to calm them, promising them honor, family, and respect. You will be mothers of free men, they supposedly said, as if that would erase the trauma of being dragged through the dust hours before. It's hard not to imagine the contradictions. By day, the men building houses and temples. By night, you're one of the women sitting on a low wooden bench inside a Roman hut. The fire flickers, throwing shadows against the rough walls. A man, your new husband, brings you a bowl of food, sets it down without a word, then sits across from you. You can hear the city outside, hammers striking, voices calling, the restless energy of a people building something new. But you feel none of it. For you, the world has stopped. You think of your father's face at the festival, twisted in rage, and you wonder, is he still alive? Does he think of me now? Now, here's the twist in the legend. The women over time did not simply remain captives. Slowly, through daily life, through conversations, through shared children, they began to take root in Rome. And as months passed, something remarkable happened. They developed a loyalty not just to their new husbands, but to Rome itself. This is where Roman storytelling becomes almost too neat, too clean. Later writers, following Pictor's line, claimed that the women eventually stood as mediators when war broke out between Rome and the Sabines. The fathers and brothers came to reclaim them, swords in hand. The Romans braced for battle. But then, in the middle of the battlefield, the women ran forward. They threw themselves between the armies, holding their babies in their arms, crying out, "Do not make us widows and orphans in the same hour." It's one of the most dramatic images in Rome's mythology. Women once stolen, now standing as the bridge between two worlds. Is this history, or is this theater? Did these women truly accept their fate and embrace Rome? Or was this a story told later to cover the violence of Rome's beginnings? We'll never know. But Pictor, eager to show Rome as noble, leaned heavily into the idea that destiny, not brutality, guided these events. Here's a question for you. Do you think these women truly chose loyalty? Or were they written into loyalty by the men recording the history? Drop your thoughts below. I'd love to hear how you see it. And so the story of the Sabine women ends not with despair, but with unity. The Romans and the Sabines eventually joined forces, merging their peoples, their gods, and their traditions. Out of violence, Rome claimed harmony. Out of division, it claimed strength. But beneath the polished legend, the cracks remain. A reminder that Rome's greatness, like so many empires to come, was built on stories of pain retold as destiny. After the supposed peace between Romans and Sabines, life in Rome entered a new rhythm. The women, once captives, now moved openly in the streets. They fetched water from communal wells, visited the small shrines, and even joined the men during festivals that honored Rome's gods. Outwardly, they were part of the Roman community. But let us imagine the silences. A woman stirring grain at dawn might glance at her child's face and see in its features, both Rome and Sabine, blood a reminder of the two worlds that had collided within her. Another might dream at night of her old home, the hills where her father's flocks once grazed, and wake with tears she could never explain to her Roman husband. Picture yourself again as one of these women. Years have passed. You've grown older, stronger, wiser. Your children play in the dirt outside, laughing with the children of other women who once wept beside you. You begin to notice something. Your heart is divided. Part of you still longs for the old homeland, but another part, unexpectedly, beats for Rome. You have begun to see the city not only as a place of captivity, but as a place where your children's futures are rooted. You carry both grief and hope inside you, like two flames burning side by side. This duality became the heart of the myth. Roman writers from Pictor onward pointed to the Sabine women as models of Roman virtue, not passive victims, but bridges of peace. They represented the ideal Roman matron, devoted to family, loyal to Rome, willing to sacrifice her own pain for the greater stability of the community. Yet historians today cannot help but notice how the story shifts blame. The violence of abduction is glossed over, transformed into an act of destiny. The pain of the women is silenced beneath the triumph of Roman unity. This is the way myths often work. They soften the sharp edges of history until they no longer wound. Think of how many cultures tell similar stories. Women's voices, often unheard in daily politics, become essential at the turning points of myth. They are made symbols of peace, of sacrifice, of reconciliation. But as individuals, their cries are lost. In the Sabine women, Rome found not their suffering, but a legend that justified its rise. Pictor may have chosen this tale for a reason. To his Greek audience, Rome was a newcomer, rough and violent compared to the cultured Greek cities. By presenting Rome's origins as guided by virtue, even born from an act of reconciliation led by women, he softened the city's reputation. He gave Rome dignity, turning what could have been seen as barbarity into destiny. I'd like you to reflect on this. If the Sabine women had not intervened, if they had not stepped into the battlefield, would Rome have survived? Or was this moment of female courage transformed into a legend only later, polished until it gleamed like marble? Share what you think. As Rome grew, the story of the Sabine women was retold endlessly. Statues of them appeared in temples, paintings of them in civic halls, and speeches invoked their memory whenever Romans needed to recall the power of unity. Their story lived on not as the tale of women torn from their homes, but as the myth of peace forged through sacrifice. The dust of battle has long settled. The swords are sheathed, the wounds bandaged, the treaties signed, and yet the Sabine women remain. Not just in Rome, not just in their children, but in the imagination of an entire civilization. Because here's the thing, Rome never let them disappear. Imagine walking through ancient Rome centuries later. You turn a corner in the Forum and there carved in cold white marble is a scene you recognize. Women frozen in the act of rushing between men with swords, arms outstretched, robes billowing like sails. It's the Sabine women, immortalized in stone. You pause, you almost expect their marble lips to cry out, their eyes to flash with terror or resolve. But they remain silent, forever caught in the moment of choosing peace. Roman playwrights wrote their versions of the tale. Politicians quoted it in speeches when they wanted to call for unity. Remember the Sabine women, they'd thunder, as if the story itself were a weapon sharper than a sword. And it worked because myths are powerful. They sneak under the armor of reason and pierce us right in the heart. But here's the twist. The Romans didn't always agree on what the Sabine women meant. To some, they were saintly mediators, proof that Rome was born from harmony. To others, they were symbols of submission, women who learned to accept Rome's destiny, whether they liked it or not. One myth, two interpretations, depending on what message you wanted to sell. Sound familiar? Yeah, it's basically ancient PR. It's like when a brand tells you a story about how they started in a garage with nothing but a dream, and suddenly you feel okay paying them $12 for coffee beans. Rome was doing the same thing. Sure, we abducted some women, but look, it was all about peace in the end. Please clap. The Sabine women even found their way into Greek retellings. Greek historians reading Quintus Fabius Pictor's account saw in the women echoes of their own tragedies. Euripides, the Greek playwright who loved stories of women torn between loyalty and loss, would have nodded approvingly. This was classic drama material. Fate, violence, reconciliation, and an ending that was almost but not entirely happy. Now ask yourself, why do we keep telling stories like this? Why do cultures take pain and wrap it in the cloth of destiny? Maybe because humans can't stand chaos. We need to believe suffering has a purpose. That out of despair, something bigger, nobler emerges. The Sabine women became that purpose for Rome. I'll throw this one to you. If someone wrote the myth of your life, would they smooth out the hard parts into some neat moral lesson? Or would they keep the messy truth? Comment below if you'd rather be remembered as a symbol or as your whole complicated self. By the time centuries rolled by, the Sabine women were no longer remembered as individuals. Their names were lost, their voices silenced. All that remained was the collective image. The women who stepped between swords and stopped a war. And perhaps that is their greatest paradox. They lost everything: their homes, their choices, their freedom, and yet they gain immortality in Roman memory. And so we close chapter 3. A chapter of women turned into legend, of violence turned into myth, of silence turned into marble. As we drift into chapter 4, the scene will shift. Rome has its peace. But new challenges rise and new myths bloom alongside them. The night deepens, and so does Rome's story. We leave behind the Sabine women, the cries still echoing in marble and memory, and step into the next layer of Roman myth-making. Rome, now united, now growing, faced a new question. Who are we really? And for that answer, they turn to the gods. Picture yourself on the Capitoline Hill, one of Rome's sacred heights. The air smells faintly of smoke from sacrifices. Priests in long robes whisper prayers as they watch the flight of birds across the dawn sky, seeking omens. This is how the Romans read their world, not in books, but in the beating wings of sparrows, in the entrails of sacrificed sheep, in the crack of thunder across a clouded horizon. To them, the gods were everywhere. Jupiter, high and thundering. Mars, stern and restless. Vesta, guarding the eternal flame. Rome's gods were not distant. They were neighbors, demanding constant attention. A forgotten offering, a botched ritual, and suddenly crops might wither, armies might fall, children might die. When Fabius Pictor set quill to papyrus, he wasn't just writing a history of Rome. He was weaving these gods into the fabric of Roman identity. And he did something clever. He wrote it in Greek. Why? Because the Greeks loved stories of gods meddling in mortal affairs. By dressing Rome in mythic colors familiar to a Greek audience, he made Rome sound less like a scrappy city-state and more like a chosen power, born of destiny. Think of the tale of Rome's founders, Romulus and Remus. Their mother, Rhea Silvia, was a Vestal virgin, sworn to chastity, yet visited by Mars, the god of war. From that divine union came the twins, cast adrift on the river, nursed by a she-wolf, destined to found Rome. It's a story that does two things at once. It makes Rome divine, touched by Mars himself, and it explains Rome's martial spirit. Of course Rome would be warlike. Of course its people would crave conquest. They were literally children of war. Imagine hearing this story not as history but as identity. You are a young Roman boy sitting by a hearth. Your grandfather leans forward, his voice low, dramatic, telling you of the wolf who licked the twins' faces, of the god who sired them, of the quarrel that left Remus dead and Romulus alone. And in that flicker of firelight, you begin to believe, we are destined. Rome is not ordinary. Rome is chosen. The Greeks would have nodded knowingly. Ah, yes, they'd say, we too have founders born of gods. Heracles, Perseus, Achilles, all of them touched by the divine. By framing Rome's birth in this way, Fabius Pictor made sure his Greek readers took Rome seriously. Rome wasn't some rustic village. It was a new Troy, a new Athens, a place worthy of respect and awe. But think about it. Do these stories tell us more about the gods or about the people who tell them? Maybe what Rome wanted wasn't just divine legitimacy. Maybe it was reassurance, a story to make sense of why they struggled, why they fought, why they believed their city mattered more than any other. I'll ask you this. If you could rewrite your own life, adding a divine parent or mythic twist, who would you choose? Would you be child of Zeus, master of thunder, or of Athena, wise and cunning? Comment below and tell me which mythic parent would make your story shine. Picture Rome's forum at twilight. Merchants pack up their stalls, priests carry incense to nearby shrines, and children chase each other between columns. Overhead, the first stars pierce the sky, the same stars the Greeks had long woven into constellations and stories. For the Romans, these stories were treasures too valuable to ignore. One of Rome's most powerful myths was its connection to Troy. According to the tale, Aeneas, a Trojan prince and survivor of Troy's burning, fled across the sea and found his way to Italy. His descendants, centuries later, would give rise to Romulus, Remus, and the city of Rome. Quintus Fabius Pictor took this legend and highlighted it for his Greek readers. To the Greeks, Troy was more than a city. It was the stage of the Iliad, the birthplace of epic heroism. By tying Rome to Troy, Fabius was saying, Rome is not your enemy. Rome is your heir. Imagine being a Greek scholar in the 3rd century BCE, opening Fabius's scroll. You read the tale of Aeneas, a Trojan, a figure from your own myths, and suddenly this new power called Rome doesn't feel foreign. It feels like continuation, like family. Perhaps you think their rise is fated. Perhaps the gods themselves have handed the torch from Greece to Rome. But Rome didn't stop with Trojan ancestry. The gods themselves were borrowed. Zeus became Jupiter. Hera became Juno. Ares became Mars. Athena became Minerva. At first glance, they seem the same. But look closer, and you'll see Rome gave them new colors. Mars for the Greeks was reckless, almost despised. But to the Romans, he was a father, a protector, the very source of Rome's founders. Where the Greeks mocked war, Rome sanctified it. Where the Greeks saw chaos, Rome saw order. This tells us something profound. Myths are mirrors. The Greeks saw in their gods what they feared and desired. The Romans, using the same gods, reshaped the mirror to reflect their own values. Discipline, strength, duty, the eternal city. As the first Roman historian, Fabius wasn't just chronicling, he was curating. He chose which stories to emphasize, which connections to draw, which myths to elevate. His goal was twofold: to defend Rome to skeptical Greeks and to give Romans themselves a sense of divine purpose. Think for a moment, if your city, your family, your people could choose a myth to define their destiny, what story would it be? Would you trace your roots to a god of wisdom, a hero of courage, or perhaps a wanderer who survived against all odds? Walk with me in your imagination through the early Roman Forum. The stones are uneven, the temples smaller than the grand marble giants that would come later. Yet each shrine tells a story. The Temple of Vesta holds Rome's eternal flame, said to burn since the city's founding. To the Greeks, this flame resembled Hestia's sacred fire, but in Rome it symbolized continuity, the heartbeat of a city destined never to die. Nearby stands a shrine of Mars, fierce and solemn. This is no Greek Ares, mocked and distrusted. Here Mars is a father, his image tied to Romulus and Remus. War is not chaos but creation. Rome does not apologize for it. Rome is born from it. Take Hercules, for instance. To the Greeks, Hercules was a demigod of immense strength, completing impossible labors. The Romans borrowed him, but not just for his heroism. They made him a protector of travelers and merchants. In this, we see Rome's practicality. The myth is the same, yet its meaning shifts to fit Roman life. Or take Venus. To the Greeks, she was Aphrodite, goddess of beauty, love, and desire. The Romans honored her too, but they added a layer of destiny. Venus was the mother of Aeneas. Through her, Rome could claim divine descent. A goddess of love became a goddess of lineage, of empire. Quintus Fabius Pictor, writing in Greek, knew exactly what he was doing. To Greek audiences, he was building bridges. He was saying, we share your gods, your heroes, your myths. Rome is not foreign, it is familiar, inevitable. To Romans, he was whispering reassurance. We are not just conquerors, we are heirs of Troy, children of Venus, chosen by Mars. Our city is not built on chance, but on destiny. Close your eyes and imagine being a Roman citizen listening to these tales. Perhaps you are a farmer returning from the fields, or a soldier resting after drill. You hear the story of Aeneas, of Venus, of Mars, and suddenly you are not just a farmer, not just a soldier. You are part of something greater, a city with roots in Troy, blessed by gods, bound for eternity. This was the power of myth. It gave meaning to hardship, dignity to conquest, and legitimacy to empire. When Hannibal marched through Italy, Rome's soldiers didn't just fight for survival. They fought as descendants of heroes, destined to prevail. Even now, consider how powerful stories shape identity. Nations tell founding myths. Families preserve ancestral tales. Individuals carry personal legends. These stories remind us who we are and who we aspire to become. Picture the streets of early Rome, still modest, its people living in small, tightly packed homes. Yet within each doorway, myth is alive. A family offers wine to the household gods, the lares, believed to watch over their hearth. Children grow up hearing not just bedtime stories, but the very legends that define their city's greatness. These myths are not distant tales. They are woven into the rhythms of life. Farmers pray to Ceres before planting, merchants to Mercury before trading, soldiers to Mars before marching. Rome's myths live, breathe, and work alongside its people. Every festival is more than celebration. It is myth reenacted. At the Parolia, shepherds leap over fires, remembering Romulus and Remus as shepherd boys before Rome's founding. At the Lupercalia, men run through the streets, striking with strips of goat hide, a strange ritual tied back to fertility. To Pan in Greece, but reimagined for Rome's strength and renewal. During the Saturnalia, chaos rules for a few days. Slaves and masters trade roles, echoing a golden age when Saturn reigned, a myth that promised balance after hardship. Through these rituals, Rome keeps its myths alive. And Fabius Pictor, by setting these stories into Greek words, ensured they would also live in the eyes of outsiders. Imagine now a Greek scholar in the city of Rhodes or Athens, opening Fabius's work. He reads about Aeneas, Venus, and Mars, and suddenly Rome does not appear as a crude rising power. Instead, it stands shoulder to shoulder with Greece, sharing divine ancestry, heroic lineage, and sacred traditions. This was Fabius's brilliance. His writing did more than tell stories, it legitimized Rome to the wider world. It made the city's victories seem natural, almost fated. If you were a Roman soldier hearing these myths before battle, how would you feel? Perhaps fear gnaws at you, facing an enemy like Hannibal. But then you remember, you are not just any soldier. You are the descendant of heroes, chosen by gods, a guardian of Rome's eternal flame. Suddenly your fear lessens. You fight not just for survival, but for destiny. And if you were a Greek, skeptical of this new Roman power, Fabius's words would soften your resistance. Rome would appear not as an intruder, but as a cousin, another branch of the same ancient tree. Centuries later, long after Fabius's text was lost, the myths he preserved still endured. Roman poets like Virgil would lift them higher, writing the Aeneid to enshrine Rome's origins in epic verse. But the seed, the first written version, came from Fabius. Even though his scrolls no longer survive, his influence ripples through every line of Roman literature, every marble statue of Aeneas, every ritual whispered by priests in the Forum. So chapter 4 ends as it began, with myth, alive and eternal. Through Quintus Fabius Pictor, Rome's past became more than memory. It became destiny, story, identity. The myths told Romans who they were. They gave purpose to their victories, comfort in their losses, and vision for their future. And as the sun sets over the temples of Mars, Vesta, and Venus, you can almost hear the voices of Rome's ancestors, not just legends, but living presences in the heart of the city. The myths gave Rome its soul, but battles gave it shape. By the time Quintus Fabius Pictor set down his words in Greek, Rome had already endured centuries of conflict. These wars were not legends of gods and heroes, but struggles of men, neighbors, and enemies. For Fabius, telling these stories was just as important as recounting the myths. To him, Rome's victories and defeats were living proof that the gods favored their city. Long before Rome grew into an empire, it fought against its closest kin, the Latins. These were people who shared language, culture, and gods, yet resisted Roman dominance. The early kings of Rome, and later the young republic, waged war after war to unify the land. Fabius likely described how Rome fought not for plunder, but for survival. To a Greek reader, this sounded familiar, echoes of city-states like Athens and Sparta, battling neighbors for supremacy. Imagine a Roman farmer turned soldier, called from his field to march under the banner of the Republic. He stands shoulder to shoulder with his fellow citizens, fighting not for a king, but for the city itself. Rome was already different. Its wars were not just for rulers, but for the res publica, the common good. North of Rome lay the powerful Etruscans, a people of wealth, mystery, and ancient traditions. Their kings once ruled over Rome itself, but the Romans rebelled, casting out monarchs and declaring liberty. Fabius, writing centuries later, may have emphasized this moment as a triumph of Roman spirit. To Greeks, who cherished democracy and hated tyranny, this story was persuasive. Rome had cast off kings, much as Athens once had. Every clash with Etruscan cities after that was not only a military contest, but a reminder of that victory over tyranny. As Rome expanded, it faced the fierce Samnites of the mountains. These were no simple farmers. They were warriors of the hills, known for their ambushes and harsh endurance. The wars with the Samnites lasted for decades. At times, Rome stumbled. At the Caudine Forks, Roman legions were trapped and forced to march under the yoke in humiliation, a bitter wound to their pride. Fabius would not have hidden this defeat, but he would have shaped it. He might have told Greek readers that, though Rome bent, it did not break. Rome learned, adapted, and returned stronger. This resilience was Rome's secret weapon. If you were a Roman soldier in these wars, you would carry not only a shield and sword, but the weight of your ancestors' myths. You would believe Mars marched with you. You would think of Aeneas, of Romulus, of the wolf who suckled Rome's founders. Every blow struck by your enemy was not just against you, it was against Rome itself. And if you were a Greek scholar reading these accounts, you might be surprised. Rome, once dismissed as a backwater, appeared as a new kind of city, disciplined, resilient, guided by destiny. By the time Fabius put quill to papyrus, Rome had subdued Latins, humbled Etruscans, and ground down the Samnites. Each victory expanded not only its borders, but its identity. For Fabius, these wars were the bridge between myth and empire. They showed Rome's character, never yielding, always enduring, destined to rule. The young republic lived in a dangerous world. Unlike the great walled cities of Greece or the ancient empires of the East, Rome was surrounded by rivals who sought to destroy or dominate her. The Latins, Etruscans, and Samnites were not distant foes but neighbors, often close enough that one could see smoke rising from the other's fields. To survive, Rome had to fight, but survival alone did not define Rome. Each war was not only about defense, but about proving Rome's strength, its discipline, and its destiny. One of Rome's earliest and most decisive conflicts was against the Latin League. These were Rome's kin, people who shared bloodlines and customs. Yet when they resisted Roman authority, war broke out. The war ended in a way that reflected Rome's unique genius. Not through total destruction, but through incorporation. The Latins were defeated, yes, but many were offered citizenship, rights, and integration into the Roman system. Fabius may have highlighted this cleverness to impress his Greek audience. Unlike Sparta, which crushed enemies, or Athens, which demanded tribute, Rome bound its former foes into its body. A defeated Latin soldier could become a Roman ally, even a Roman citizen. This ability to absorb and unify was perhaps Rome's greatest weapon. Northward, the Etruscans still posed a threat. Their cities were wealthy, adorned with temples and art, their priests skilled in divination. They had once ruled Rome, and their influence was visible everywhere in Rome's arches, its rituals, its very symbols of power. But by Fabius's time, their political independence was fading. War after war, Rome pushed them back. To Greeks reading his history, this was symbolic, a new power rising, an old culture giving way. Of all Rome's early wars, the Samnite conflicts were the most grueling. The Samnites, with their rugged mountain terrain, were masters of ambush and sudden attack. Their warriors, dressed in white tunics with gleaming armor, struck fear into the Roman legions. The humiliation at the Caudine Forks, where Roman soldiers were forced to pass under the yoke of their enemies, burned into memory. It was a scar on Rome's pride. Fabius Pictor may have described this moment carefully, acknowledging the shame, but emphasizing the resilience that followed. Rome learned from defeat, it reorganized its legions, adapted its tactics, and returned with renewed determination. For a Greek audience, this was striking. Many Greek city-states, after one crushing defeat, never recovered. But Rome rose again and again, stronger each time. As these wars ended, Rome stood transformed. No longer a small city-state, it was now the master of central Italy. Its legions were feared, its system of alliances ensured loyalty, and its citizens believed more than ever in their city's destiny. Fabius, writing centuries later, may have looked back at these events as the proof of Rome's divine favor. Just as Athens once had Marathon and Sparta had Thermopylae, Rome had its own moments of trial and triumph. If you were a Roman citizen in these times, you would have lived in constant readiness. The fields you tilled in spring might be abandoned in summer as you march to war. The enemy was never far away, perhaps just over the next ridge. You would know defeat, humiliation, fear, yet you would also know the pride of belonging to something larger than yourself. To fight as a Roman was not just to defend your home, it was to fight for a destiny whispered by the gods, confirmed by every hard-won victory. For early Rome, peace was fleeting. Even when treaties were signed, mistrust lingered. Farmers who had just returned to their fields were soon called again to battle. Sons became soldiers, and fathers passed down not just plows, but shields. To a Roman, war was not an interruption of life, it was life. Victory ensured survival, and survival meant Rome endured another season, another generation. Rome's greatest humiliation still haunted its memory, the sack of the city by the Gauls in 390 BCE. Though this event predated Fabius Pictor, its shadow loomed long. Stories told of panicked citizens, temples defiled, and the city nearly abandoned. Yet Rome survived. Some said the sacred geese of Juno had saved the Capitoline Hill by honking in warning. Others credited the stubborn courage of those who refused to leave their homes. Fabius Pictor, writing for Greeks who knew of Troy's fall, may have drawn comparisons, except unlike Troy, Rome did not vanish in fire and ruin. From ashes, it rebuilt. That resilience, he would remind his audience, defined Rome above all. The long wars with the Samnites reached their climax in a brutal series of clashes. Rome's losses were heavy, yet each defeat only sharpened its military machine. It was during these wars that Rome perfected the manipular legion, a flexible formation that could bend and adapt to uneven terrain, unlike the rigid Greek phalanx. To Greek readers, this innovation was remarkable. Here was a city that not only fought bravely, but also learned, changed, and improved with each campaign. Another transformation came not from weapons, but from politics. Rome bound conquered peoples into a network of alliances. Each ally provided troops, swelling Rome's armies to sizes no single city-state could match. A Greek might see parallels to Athens and its Delian League, but Fabius would have stressed the difference. Athens' allies grew resentful, while Rome's allies, though not always willing, became deeply enmeshed in Roman success. Their fate was tied to Rome's fate. This was not mere conquest. It was the weaving of a tapestry that would one day cover the Mediterranean. Yet the glory came at a price. Imagine for a moment being a Roman woman watching your husband march away for the fifth or sixth time in a decade. Imagine being a young man returning from battle, scarred not only in body, but in spirit. The Republic demanded much from its citizens. To be Roman meant sacrifice. To endure endless wars meant accepting that your life, your family's life, your very future belonged to Rome. And yet, because they gave so much, Rome grew unbreakable. By the end of these early wars, Rome stood taller than ever. The Latins had been subdued, the Etruscans weakened, the Samnites humbled, and even the Gauls pushed back. Fabius Pictor, centuries later, could look back and see the outlines of destiny. He may have told his Greek readers that Rome's rise was not luck nor chance. It was the result of character discipline, perseverance, and a refusal to accept defeat. This was the lesson he wanted remembered. Rome was not born in triumph. It was forged in struggle, hardened by loss, and elevated by resilience. If you had walked through Rome at this time, you would have seen scars everywhere. Temples rebuilt after burning, fields abandoned, then sown again, streets filled with men wearing the marks of war. But you would also sense something intangible, a faith that Rome was meant for more, that even in exhaustion, even in grief, the city was climbing toward greatness. You would feel it in the air, whispered in prayers, sung in festivals, etched into every stone. Every Roman child of this era grew up hearing stories of past defeats. The humiliation at the Caudine Forks, where Roman soldiers were forced to pass under a yoke of spears and surrender to the Samnites, lived in bitter memory. It was not erased or forgotten. It became a lesson. Rome did not hide its scars. It carried them openly, shaping them into resolve. Where another city might collapse under shame, Rome turned humiliation into iron. To the Greeks, heroism often meant individual glory, the courage of Achilles, the cunning of Odysseus. But Rome, Fabius would explain, valued something different. Heroism was not about a single man, but about the legion, the city, the republic itself. Roman soldiers were trained to hold the line even when fear screamed at them to run. Punishments were harsh, discipline unyielding, yet within that hardness lay Rome's strength. To fight as one, to obey without hesitation, to put Rome above self, this was the Roman way. But Rome's endurance was not only military, it was also sacred. Before every campaign, augurs studied the flight of birds, priests examined the entrails of animals, seeking the will of the gods. Victory was never seen as chance. It was divine approval. For a Greek audience, this was familiar, for they too believed the gods watched over battles. But Pictor emphasized Rome's special bond with its deities. Rome did not merely pray for blessings, it demanded them through ritual, sacrifice, and devotion. The gods, in turn, became guardians of the republic, protectors of its destiny. Unlike many Greek city-states who preferred quick wars and decisive battles, Rome accepted the grind of drawn-out conflict. When campaigns stretched for years, Romans kept fighting. When enemies thought Rome exhausted, new armies appeared. This relentless stamina baffled opponents. Where others sought peace after hardship, Rome pressed forward. It was as though the Republic had absorbed the very patience of the earth itself, unyielding, immovable. By the late 4th and early 3rd centuries BCE, Rome's dominance in Italy was becoming undeniable. But on the horizon, another power loomed: Carthage, mistress of the seas. Fabius Pictor, writing after the Second Punic War, knew well what this rivalry meant. In his retelling, the earlier struggles of Rome against the Latins, Etruscans, and Samnites were not just wars of survival. They were preparation. Rome's endurance in Italy had tempered it like steel, readying it for the greatest struggle of all the wars against Hannibal and Carthage. Imagine again walking the streets of Rome after decades of conflict. You would see triumphal arches celebrating victory, but also widows in mourning. You would hear the laughter of children playing at soldiers, yet also the silence of empty homes whose sons would never return. Romans carried both pride and grief in equal measure. Their greatness was built on sacrifice, and each family bore its share of that burden. For Greek readers, these accounts of endurance were not simply history, they were moral lessons. Fabius wanted them to see that Rome was not a mere city-state, but something larger, a living organism that absorbed pain, adapted, and grew stronger. In his telling, every defeat became a seed for future triumph. Every hardship shaped Rome into. If you had lived in Rome during these times, you would have felt the weariness of endless struggle. But you would also have sensed something stirring beneath it, the quiet certainty that Rome was rising. You might not have known when or how, but you would have believed it, because Rome itself believed it. That belief was unshakable. It was what made Rome Rome. Thus, with Rome standing at the threshold of a new era, its enemies subdued, its people hardened, its gods on its side. What began as a small city fighting for survival had become a power ready to shape the destiny of the ancient world. Quintus Fabius Pictor, writing centuries later, captured this essence. That Rome was more than victories and defeats. It was endurance made flesh, a civilization destined to outlast them all. For centuries, Rome's struggles had been confined to the Italian peninsula. The hills of Latium, the plains of Campania, the rugged lands of the Samnites, these had been the battlegrounds. But by the early 3rd century BCE, Rome had mastered Italy. Now its gaze turned outward, and beyond the seas lay a rival that would test every lesson learned, every ounce of endurance, every gift of its gods: Carthage. Carthage was unlike any enemy Rome had faced. Founded by Phoenician settlers, its wealth came from trade, not farmland. Its fleets ruled the western Mediterranean. Its harbors were filled with ships carrying silver, grain, and luxury goods. Unlike Rome, Carthage was not a land power bound by soil. It was a maritime empire, stitched together by commerce, colonies, and the reach of its sails. To Romans, farmers and soldiers by nature, this was a strange and formidable kind of power. The island of Sicily stood between them. a jewel of strategic importance. Fertile, wealthy, and close to both Italy and North Africa, it was the inevitable flashpoint. Greek colonies had flourished there, and Carthage had long claimed influence. But as Rome's power reached the southern tip of Italy, Sicily became irresistible. Thus began the First Punic War, the first time Rome would cross the sea, the first time it would build a navy, the first time it would meet an enemy as ambitious as itself. At the war's start, Rome had no fleet. None. The people of Rome were farmers, shepherds, land warriors. The sea was foreign to them, a place of danger. Yet necessity breeds invention. Romans captured a Carthaginian warship, studied its design, and copied it. Soon shipyards along the Tiber bustled with the sound of hammers striking wood, the birth cries of a navy. But Rome did not simply imitate it, adapted. Knowing their sailors were inexperienced, Romans built the corvus, a boarding bridge that turned naval battles into infantry fights. On the deck of a ship, Rome fought as it did on land with discipline, shields, and swords. It was a brilliant, brutal innovation. For 23 years, Rome and Carthage battled for Sicily. The war stretched longer than anyone imagined. Think of it. Generations of young men grew up knowing nothing but war. Fathers fought, then their sons, then their grandsons. Sicily's hills became a graveyard for thousands. Neither side would yield. For Rome, it was about survival. For Carthage, it was about dominance of the western seas. Rome lost fleets to storms, armies to battle, treasure to exhaustion. But again and again, it returned. Quintus Fabius Pictor, looking back, must have marveled at how Rome absorbed loss without surrender. When 200 ships sank in a single storm, it rebuilt them. When generals failed, new ones were elected. When the treasury emptied, citizens contributed more. Carthage fought with brilliance, but Rome fought with endurance. And in the end, endurance won. In 241 BCE, the First Punic War ended. Carthage withdrew, Sicily became Rome's first province, and Rome for the first time was more than an Italian power. It was now a Mediterranean one. This was the turning point. Rome had crossed the sea, built a navy, defeated a maritime empire. The world would never see it as a mere land power again. If you had stood in the Forum that year, you would have seen triumphal processions winding through the streets. Soldiers carrying spoils from Sicily, senators proclaiming victory, citizens shouting Rome's name. But behind the celebration was something deeper. Rome had tasted the sea, and once tasted, it would never let go. Rome had triumphed in the First Punic War, yet victory carried a price. Its treasury was nearly empty, its fields littered with the graves of fallen men, its fleets often rebuilt at staggering cost. And still, Carthage endured. The city of merchants and sailors remained wealthy, resilient, and proud. The Punic spirit was not broken. Quintus Fabius Pictor, reflecting upon these years, would have reminded his readers, victory never meant the end of rivalry. It meant the beginning of something greater, a rivalry destined to span lifetimes. For the first time, Rome governed a province. This was new, strange, and delicate. Sicily was not Rome's homeland, nor its ally, but a conquered possession. Roman governors arrived to oversee it, tax collectors followed, and Roman soldiers remained stationed on its soil. This moment quietly reshaped Rome itself. The Republic had stepped into the role of empire. It might not have known it yet, but the first seeds of imperial Rome had been planted. Across the sea, Carthage licked its wounds. Defeat had shaken its pride, and debts weighed heavily upon it. Mercenaries who had fought for Carthage demanded payment. When the city hesitated, they rebelled. This mercenary war, as it came to be known, nearly destroyed Carthage. Rebels and allies turned against it, and for a moment, the mighty city seemed close to collapse. But Carthage survived. Its leaders crushed the rebellion with savage force, teaching the world that Carthage, though humbled, was not yet broken. During Carthage's weakness, Rome seized opportunity. Sardinia and Corsica, once under Carthaginian influence, slipped from its grasp. Rome annexed them, claiming yet another piece of the Mediterranean. To Carthage, this was theft. To Rome, it was strategy. The balance of power tilted ever further. But Carthage was not finished. Blocked in Sicily, weakened in Sardinia, it sought new ground. Its eyes turned west to the rich lands of Iberia. Spain, with its silver mines and fertile valleys, became Carthage's salvation. There, new generals rose, chief among them the Barca family. Hamilcar Barca, fierce and cunning, carved a Punic empire in Spain. His sons, Hannibal and Hasdrubal, learned the art of war under his shadow. It was in Iberia that the next chapter of the struggle would begin. In Rome, senators debated nervously. Carthage, though beaten, was rising again. Iberian silver filled its coffers. Iberian warriors filled its ranks. A treaty was signed. Carthage would not cross the Ebro River in Spain. For a time, peace held, but peace between rivals is fragile, like a flame flickering in the wind. Quintus Fabius Pictor, writing Rome's early history, might have ended one scroll with this reflection. Wars are not ended by treaties, but by the will of nations. Rome and Carthage shall meet again, for such is the nature of two great powers that cannot share the same sea. If you were a Roman citizen in these years, you would feel both triumph and unease. Triumph that Rome had conquered Sicily, gained Sardinia, extended its reach. Unease that Carthage, though beaten, still breathed fire across the sea. At night, as you sat by the hearth, perhaps you heard stories of Hamilcar Barca, of his sons, of their growing strength in Iberia. Perhaps you wondered, would peace last, or was war only sleeping? Carthage had lost Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica. Yet in its loss, something dangerous was born, a hunger for redemption. Carthage's pride was not extinguished. It smoldered, waiting for the winds of revenge. In Rome, senators congratulated themselves, believing Carthage was forever weakened. But in Spain, a new empire rose beneath the banner of the Barcas. At the heart of this revival was Hamilcar Barca, a man of iron will and ruthless determination. He was no ordinary commander. Hamilcar carried a burning hatred for Rome, etched deep within him by the humiliation of defeat. He told his followers, "Rome took from us Sicily, but the gods have granted us Spain. Here we shall forge our strength anew." And so he marched across Iberia, binding tribes with both sword and diplomacy, securing wealth from silver mines, building an army of loyal warriors. By his side, a young boy learned the ways of war. Hannibal, Hamilcar's son. The story, as preserved in legend, tells that when Hannibal was just 9 years old, his father brought him before the gods. He laid Hannibal's small hand upon a sacrificial altar, and there the boy swore a solemn oath, never to be a friend of Rome, always to be its enemy. This oath would shape the destiny of the ancient world, for within Hannibal's heart, from that moment forward, burned a fire that no peace treaty could ever quench. Meanwhile, in Rome, the Republic was flourishing. Roads stretched further across Italy. Colonies grew. Armies drilled. The Senate, cautious yet ambitious, kept a wary eye on Carthage's Iberian ventures. But Rome, too, faced troubles. Rivalries among politicians deepened. Citizens grumbled at the weight of taxes from endless wars. Yet Rome's resilience, its discipline, kept it moving forward. To preserve peace, Rome and Carthage agreed to a treaty. Carthage could rule Iberia, but not beyond the Ebro River. South of the river was Punic territory. North of it, Rome's allies watched with anxious eyes. This line, simple on a map, would one day spark the flames of war. Hamilcar, the architect of Carthage's rebirth, died in battle around 229 BCE. His dream did not die with him. His son-in-law, Hasdrubal the Fair, continued the work, strengthening Carthage's presence in Spain. He founded a great city, Carthago Nova New Carthage, a gleaming Punic stronghold on Iberia's coast. But Hasdrubal too would fall, assassinated by a local tribesman, and so command passed to the one who had been waiting all his life for this moment, Hannibal Barca. When Hannibal assumed command in Spain, he was still young, but already feared. He was bold, daring, and utterly ruthless. He had the loyalty of his men, the wealth of Iberian silver, and the memory of his oath. To his soldiers, he promised both glory and vengeance. To Carthage, he offered hope, To Rome, though they did not yet realize it, he offered ruin. As Hannibal expanded Carthaginian power, Rome grew restless. The city of Saguntum, an ally of Rome though south of the Ebro, pleaded for help. Hannibal eyed it with suspicion. Would he strike? Would Rome intervene? The tension between Rome and Carthage was like a taut bowstring, pulled tighter and tighter. Imagine yourself in Rome at this moment. You walk through the bustling forum, where traders sell grain and senators debate policy. To you, Carthage seems far away, across the sea and mountains. Surely you think the Republic is safe. But whispers drift in whispers of Hannibal, son of Hamilcar, a commander unlike any other, a man who hates Rome with every breath. And though you cannot know it, his shadow is already falling across the Republic. In Iberia, south of the Ebro River, stood the city of Saguntum. It was wealthy, fortified, and proud. Officially, it lay within Carthaginian territory, yet Saguntum had pledged itself to Rome, tying its fate to the Republic across the sea. For Hannibal, this city was an insult, a challenge. It stood as a Roman outpost in Carthage's backyard, a thorn in his side. When disputes arose between Saguntum and nearby tribes allied with Hannibal, the Carthaginian general saw his chance. To him, the treaty was meaningless, a chain forged by Roman arrogance. Hannibal told his commanders, "If we allow Saguntum to stand, Rome will soon stand here as well. Better we strike first before Rome strikes us." And so, in 219 BCE, Hannibal marched his army upon Saguntum. The city's walls rose high, its defenders brave, but Hannibal was relentless. Siege engines battered the gates. Miners dug tunnels beneath the fortifications. Fire arrows lit the night sky. The defenders resisted with desperate courage. Men and women alike carried stones to the walls, poured boiling oil upon attackers, and fought to the last. The siege dragged on for 8 long months. Hunger gnawed at Saguntum's people. Famine spread. Some resorted to eating leather, others to darker choices, whispered only in fear. From across the sea, Saguntum's allies begged Rome for aid, but the Senate hesitated. To intervene would mean war, and many senators preferred negotiation. By the time envoys were dispatched, it was too late. Rome's caution became Saguntum's doom. At last, Hannibal's forces breached the walls. The fighting turned brutal, house to house, street by street. The defenders chose death over surrender. Many set fire to their own homes rather than see them plundered. When the smoke cleared, Saguntum lay in ruins. Its people were dead or enslaved. Its treasure filled Hannibal's war chest. To Carthage, it was a triumph. To Rome, it was an outrage. When Rome heard of Saguntum's fall, fury filled the Senate. Ambassadors were sent to Carthage, demanding justice. In Carthage's council chamber, the Roman envoy, Quintus Fabius, stern and resolute, confronted the Carthaginian elders. He held out the folds of his toga and declared, "Here we bring peace and war. Choose which you will have." The Carthaginian elders replied, "Whichever you give us, we shall accept." Fabius let the toga fall and answered, "Then we give you war." And so, in 218 BCE, the Second Punic War began. Rome expected war to come by sea, in Sicily or Africa, but Hannibal had something far more audacious in mind. He would not wait for Rome to attack. He would carry the fight into Italy itself, and he would do so by a path no one thought possible across the towering, snow-capped Alps. Imagine yourself as a citizen of Rome on the eve of this war. You hear rumors. Hannibal has destroyed Saguntum. The Senate debates. Some believe Carthage will crumble swiftly. Others whisper that Hannibal is no ordinary foe. You look at the horizon and feel uneasy. Somewhere beyond the mountains, a storm is gathering. You cannot yet see it, but soon its thunder will shake the earth beneath your feet. And so ends the tale of Saguntum, a city that stood as the spark between empires. Hannibal's boldness had crossed the line Rome could not ignore. The stage was set for one of history's greatest struggles, a clash not of cities, but of civilizations. The oath of a boy, sworn years before, was now transforming into the march of an army that would shake the Republic to its core. The war had begun. Rome expected a naval conflict, perhaps in Sicily or Africa. Yet Hannibal had no intention of waiting. He would do what no one before him had dared: march his army from Spain, through Gaul, and over the towering Alps into the very heart of Italy. It was a gamble so audacious that even his own officers doubted its sanity. But Hannibal's will was iron. He told them, "We must find a way, or make one." Hannibal gathered his forces, nearly 90,000 infantry, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants followed him. His army was not only Carthaginian, but a patchwork of allies: Iberians, Numidians, Libyans, men bound not by homeland, but by Hannibal's charisma and the promise of victory. Crossing the Pyrenees, Hannibal's army moved steadily north, fighting tribes who resisted their passage. Some deserted, some perished, but the core remained loyal. By the time they reached the Rhone River, the army had shrunk, but it was hardened, tested, and loyal to their commander. Meanwhile, Rome had sent Publius Cornelius Scipio, father of the future Scipio Africanus, with legions to intercept Hannibal in Spain. But when Scipio arrived, he discovered Hannibal had already crossed the river Rhone and vanished into the unknown lands beyond. No one in Rome could believe what they heard. Hannibal was attempting to cross the Alps. It seemed madness, impossible, suicidal. And yet the impossible was precisely what Hannibal intended. Before reaching the Alps, Hannibal had to pass through lands controlled by hostile Gauls. Some tribes joined him, swayed by promises of Rome's destruction. Others resisted fiercely. At the Rhone, Hannibal executed a brilliant maneuver. He built rafts to ferry his elephants across the river, their massive shapes causing awe and terror among the Gauls. The elephants, living symbols of Carthage's might, became legend in their own right. Many would perish in the cold ahead, but their presence carried psychological power beyond measure. At last, the jagged white peaks of the Alps rose in the distance, towering, endless, unforgiving. To the men of Hannibal's army, most of whom had never seen snow, the sight was both wondrous and dreadful. The mountains were more than a barrier of stone and ice. They were alive with danger: avalanches, narrow paths where a single misstep meant death, and hostile tribes who attacked from cliffs and forests. The men shivered in their thin armor, muttering prayers to their gods. Hannibal alone rode forward confidently. He looked upon the Alps and declared, "We are not here to escape danger. We are here to conquer it." Now imagine you are one of Hannibal's soldiers. You've marched for weeks. Your boots are worn thin, your body bruised from battle. You look up at mountains that scrape the very sky, their peaks hidden in clouds. The air grows colder with every step. The path narrows. You carry your shield tighter, wondering if your strength will last. And yet when Hannibal rides past you, calm and steady, you feel a fire rekindle inside. If he believes, then so must you. The first steps into the mountains were steep and treacherous. Paths narrowed to thin ledges where a slip meant tumbling into icy ravines. The army struggled. Horses lost their footing and fell screaming into the abyss. Supplies, packed tightly on mules, scattered into the snow. The air grew thin, burning their lungs. Snowflakes fell slowly at first, then thick and heavy, turning the world white. But the mountains themselves were not their only enemy. The tribes who dwelled there, hardened by the alpine cold, knew the narrow paths well. As Hannibal's army wound through cliffs, boulders crashed down from above. Warriors hidden among the rocks hurled spears and arrows. Chaos erupted. Men slipped, shields clattered. The cries of the wounded echoed against the frozen stone. Yet Hannibal did not falter. He ordered his men into tight formations, shields raised overhead against falling missiles. Slowly, with relentless discipline, they forced their way through. By the end, the mountain tribes had been scattered, but the cost was heavy. More soldiers lay dead, and the path ahead seemed endless. As the days passed, the true enemy revealed itself: the cold. Nights were merciless. Soldiers huddled together, armor stiff with frost, breath turning to clouds in the dark. Fires sputtered and died in the thin air. Many froze where they slept, never waking. Hannibal himself walked among the men, sharing their suffering. He wrapped his cloak tighter, speaking words of courage, promising them warmth and victory in Italy. For his soldiers, this was more than comfort, it was survival. They endured because he endured beside them. Even the mighty elephants struggled. Their huge feet slipped on icy paths. Snow clung to their hides. Some fell into chasms, their roars echoing as they vanished into the depths. Yet those who survived became symbols of stubborn resilience. When a soldier felt despair, he looked upon those lumbering giants and found courage. Now picture yourself again in Hannibal's army. Your stomach aches with hunger. The rations are gone and you chew bitter herbs scraped from frozen ground. Your hands are raw, your lips cracked, your feet bleeding from endless marches. The cold gnaws at you, whispering to lie down, to give in, to sleep forever in the snow. But when you look ahead, you see Hannibal standing tall upon a ridge, his gaze fixed not on the mountains, but on the horizon beyond. His voice rings out, "We march not for the mountains, but for Italy. Beyond these peaks lies Rome." His certainty ignites a spark of fire inside you. Somehow you rise again. At last, after weeks of torment, the army reached the summit. The world stretched below them, valleys blanketed in mist, ridges layered upon ridges, a vast and unforgiving wilderness. Here Hannibal gathered his men and pointed to the distant lands that lay beneath the clouds. There is Italy. There is the land we go to conquer. Every hardship we endure will be repaid when Rome kneels before us. Though exhausted, the men cheered faintly. They had survived the climb. But the descent would prove no less deadly. The summit had been won, but victory was fragile. The descent into Italy was no gentle slope. It was more dangerous than the climb. Snow gave way to ice. Paths collapsed beneath soldiers' boots. Avalanches roared from the cliffs, swallowing entire groups in an instant. Men clung to rocks, inching forward along jagged ridges. Horses and elephants slid helplessly down icy slopes, crashing against the mountainside. Every step down felt like a gamble between life and death. The army's supplies were nearly gone. Grain had been eaten, wine drained, even leather straps boiled into bitter stew to quiet hunger. The soldiers' faces were gaunt, beards caked with frost, their eyes hollow, staring forward, only because to stop was to die. The mountains seemed alive, cruel, hungry, determined to consume every last soldier. And yet, beyond the mist, green valleys began to appear. For the first time in weeks, the men glimpsed grass, trees, and rivers flowing free from ice. It was here that Hannibal's leadership shone brightest. He refused to allow despair to conquer his men. When rocks blocked the path, he ordered fires built and vinegar poured over the stone, cracking it so soldiers could carve a passage. When hunger gnawed, he shared the same meager scraps as the lowest soldier. When morale faltered, he gathered the army, pointing once more to the distant plains. There lies Italy. There lies the heart of Rome. Every hardship is but a step toward glory. Imagine yourself among them, stumbling forward after endless days of snow and ice. Your body is weak, your spirit fraying. But then you see the first signs of life below orchards heavy with fruit, farmland waiting to be tilled, smoke rising from distant villages. It feels like stepping from death into rebirth. A surge of hope wells up in you. You survived what few ever could. As the Carthaginian army emerged from the mountains, villagers watched in awe and terror. They had heard whispers of Hannibal, of elephants walking upon snow, of foreign soldiers with fire in their eyes. Now the legend stood before them, real and undeniable. Some fled, abandoning their homes. Others surrendered what little food they had, trembling before this army that had endured the wrath of the Alps. Of the dozens that had begun, only a handful of elephants survived. But those few, draped in frost and scars, became living monuments of resilience. When they descended into Italy, villagers gasped at the sight. Creatures of myth seemed to march with Hannibal, towering above men and beasts alike. For the Romans, this image would soon burn in their nightmares. The Carthaginian army now descended into the Po Valley, that wide, fertile plain in northern Italy. Here, the hardships of the mountains gave way to rolling fields, rivers, and villages. But the land was not empty. Roman allies lived here proud, stubborn, and loyal to Rome. Hannibal knew he had entered enemy soil. Every step forward was both a victory and an invitation to war. Hannibal sent envoys to the Gauls and other tribes of northern Italy. His promise was simple: freedom from Rome's iron grip. Many tribes listened. Rome had conquered them, taxed them, forced them into war. Now Hannibal, weary yet commanding, offered an alternative. One by one, Gaulish warriors began to join his banner. His army grew not in elephants or Spaniards, but in fierce locals eager to strike Rome. Back in Rome, the Senate received the news with disbelief. Hannibal had crossed the Alps. It seemed impossible. No general before had ever brought a full army through those mountains. And yet, here he was. The Romans moved quickly. They sent an army north to block Hannibal's advance. They believed he was weakened, that his troops were broken shadows of soldiers. But Hannibal had no intention of retreating. He welcomed the Romans. He wanted to teach them fear. It was on the banks of the river Ticinus that Hannibal's first battle in Italy unfolded. The Romans, led by Publius Cornelius Scipio, the father of the man who would one day be Scipio Africanus, brought their cavalry forward to meet Hannibal's horsemen. The clash was swift, violent, and decisive. Hannibal unleashed his Numidian cavalry, masters of speed and maneuver. Dust rose, hooves thundered, and the Romans found themselves outmatched. Their lines broke, their riders scattered. Publius Scipio himself was nearly killed, saved only by his young son, a boy destined to become Hannibal's greatest foe. News of Hannibal's victory spread across Italy. The Romans, who had thought him broken, now realized he was stronger than ever. The tribes of northern Italy saw Rome bleed and began to flock to Hannibal's side. The dream of shaking off Roman rule no longer seemed impossible. For Hannibal's men, the victory was more than tactical. It was spiritual. They had survived the Alps, they had bled, they had endured frost, hunger, and despair. And now, stepping onto Italian soil, they had won. Their faith in Hannibal was unshakable. He was no longer just a commander. He was destiny itself, guiding them through hardship to glory. In the quiet after the battle, Hannibal gathered his men. He reminded them that this was only the beginning. Rome was vast, disciplined, and merciless. But he also told them this: every victory, no matter how small, weakens Rome's spirit. With each step, we draw closer to breaking the Republic itself. The men believed him. They had seen his promises fulfilled from Spain, across the mountains, to this first clash in Italy. As the sun set over the fields of northern Italy, Hannibal stood victorious. His army, scarred but unyielding, had proven itself against Rome. The land of Italy stretched before them, rich with allies and enemies alike. And somewhere deep within the Republic, Rome stirred with unease. For the first time, it knew the shadow of fear. Hannibal was no longer just a threat. He was a storm. It was late in the year, winter's icy hand gripping the Italian plains. Snow dusted the fields, rivers ran cold and fast, and the Roman army braced itself against the chill. Hannibal, however, saw opportunity where others saw only suffering. To him, the cold was a weapon, one more hardship to wield against his enemy. The Romans under the consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus marched north to meet Hannibal. They were eager for battle, confident in their numbers, and determined to crush this intruder before his shadow spread further. Hannibal did not meet them with brute force. Instead, he prepared the field with care. He knew the river Trebia ran swift and freezing, its waters bitterly cold in the winter air. If he could lure the Romans across, their bodies would weaken, their spirit falter. So he devised a plan. He placed a hidden force, Mago, his younger brother, with a picked band of soldiers in a hollow by the riverbank, concealed by reeds and frost. They lay silent, shivering but determined, waiting for the signal to strike. At dawn, Hannibal sent his cavalry forward, a daring, noisy raid that struck the Roman camp. Hooves thundered, arrows whistled, and the Romans, roused from their tents, scrambled to respond. Consul Sempronius, proud and rash, seized his chance. He ordered his entire army forward, eager to drive Hannibal back. Without hesitation, the Romans plunged into the icy waters of the Trebia. The river rose to their chests, chilling their limbs, numbing their strength. On the opposite bank, Hannibal's army waited, rested, warmed, and ready. As the Romans staggered out of the river, Hannibal unleashed his forces. First came the slingers and spearmen, their volleys raining down. Then the cavalry charged from both flanks, surrounding the Romans before they could even form their lines. The Carthaginian elephants, towering and terrifying, trampled forward, scattering men like leaves in the wind. The Romans fought bravely, their discipline unbroken, but their bodies betrayed them. Shivering, soaked, and exhausted, they could not match the vigor of Hannibal's troops. And then came the final blow. From the reeds and frost behind the Romans, Mago and his hidden soldiers leapt forth. With a roar, they fell upon the rear of the Roman army, cutting into their lines, sowing chaos and panic. Caught between Hannibal's main force and Mago's ambush, the Roman army found itself encircled, pressed from every side. The battle became slaughter. Thousands of Romans fell on the frozen ground, their shields and swords no defense against exhaustion and Hannibal's strategy. By the time the survivors fled, dragging their wounded consul with them, Hannibal had won a victory so complete that it shook the Republic to its core. The news raced through Italy. Hannibal had not only survived the Alps, he had shattered a Roman army on Italian soil. Allies began to waver. Tribes watched with new eyes, weighing the strength of Rome against the brilliance of this foreign commander. The Republic, proud and unyielding, had been humbled, yet it would not surrender. Rome's spirit was stubborn, forged in centuries of struggle. But Hannibal had proven one thing beyond doubt. He was no passing threat. He was the greatest challenge Rome had ever faced. As night fell over the battlefield of Trebia, the fields lay silent but for the moans of the wounded. Fires burned, casting long shadows across the snow. And Hannibal, victorious once more, looked southward. Rome itself awaited a city that had crushed kings, conquered nations, and claimed mastery of the Mediterranean. Yet now, for the first time, Rome trembled. The fields around the Trebia lay quiet after the fury of battle. Smoke still rose from scattered fires, and the earth was littered with broken shields, fallen spears, and the frozen bodies of men who had marched to their fate. Hannibal's soldiers, weary but triumphant, gathered what supplies they could. The spoils of victory were meager compared to the struggle, for winter was cruel, and the land gave little. But they had won. That was enough to kindle their spirits. The elephants that remained, those great beasts Hannibal had led across the Alps, now suffered in the freezing air. Their massive forms, so powerful in battle, grew weaker each day. Many did not survive the frost, leaving Hannibal with fewer of the living symbols that had once terrified his enemies. News of Trebia spread to Rome with dreadful swiftness. The Senate heard of the slaughter, of the thousands dead, and of Hannibal's cunning that had once more undone a Roman army. Citizens grieved, but their grief hardened quickly into anger. Rome was not a city accustomed to defeat. Losses had scarred them before, yet each time they rose stronger, forging new armies, demanding new sacrifices from their people. Already new plans were set in motion. Another consul would be chosen, another army levied, another chance to crush this invader granted by the iron will of the Republic. For Hannibal, the victory at Trebia was more than a battlefield triumph. It was a signal to the peoples of Italy. He knew that to break Rome, he must not only defeat its armies, but unravel its alliances. The Republic's power was built not solely on its own strength, but on the loyalty, sometimes forced, sometimes willing, of countless Italian tribes and cities. So Hannibal waited. He remained in the north through the cold months, giving word to potential allies that Rome could be beaten, that its might was not unshakable. Some tribes began to listen. Whispers spread of this Carthaginian general who defied the legions. For the Carthaginian army, winter was harsh. Men huddled around fires, wrapping themselves in what furs they could find. Supplies were scarce, and though the victory had given them food and arms, it did not make the cold less biting. Yet the men drew strength from their commander. Hannibal was not one to rest in comfort while his soldiers suffered. He shared their hardships, walked among their camps, and inspired them with his presence. Where a Roman general might command from a lofty tent, Hannibal endured as his men endured. This bound them to him in loyalty deeper than coin or conquest. Meanwhile, in Rome, plans were being laid for the coming spring. The Senate debated fiercely. Some called for caution, urging the Republic to wear down this invader rather than confront him directly. Others demanded swift vengeance, fearful that delay would only embolden him further. The Roman people, restless and proud, clamored for action. Their sons had fallen at Trivia. Their fields had been threatened. They wanted Hannibal driven from Italy. Thus, another army was raised. Consul Gaius Flaminius, brash and bold, would take command in the months to come. As the year turned and snow melted from the fields, both sides prepared. Hannibal watched the Romans, knowing they would come again with greater numbers. Rome's strength seemed endless. No matter how many armies he defeated, more rose in their place. Yet he believed their spirit could be broken, one great victory after another, each deeper in Italian soil, might persuade Rome's allies to turn. If enough cities abandoned the Republic, if enough tribes defected, the mighty structure of Roman power might collapse. It was a gamble, but Hannibal had always been a gambler. As the harsh winter faded, northern Italy bloomed again. Fields of grain pushed through the soil, and rivers swelled with melted snow. Yet beneath this rebirth of nature lay the steady drumbeat of war. Rome and Carthage had not fought to a conclusion. Trivia had only been a prelude. Now, with spring, the struggle would begin anew. Hannibal knew his next move must be bold. Staying too long in the north risked giving Rome time to entrench its defenses and rally allies. So he turned his gaze south, deeper into the Italian heartland, closer to Rome itself. His army, though diminished by winter, still burned with spirit. They marched along rugged valleys, crossed rivers, and moved steadily through lands that had once known peace. Every village they passed trembled. Some offered supplies out of fear or hope of favor. Others closed their gates, trusting Roman protection. Hannibal accepted both, always calculating, always planning. Rome, unwilling to let the invader roam freely, dispatched a new consul, Gaius Flaminius. Flaminius was no cautious man. He had risen through ambition and fiery speeches, known for rousing the Roman masses with promises of victory. His eagerness to meet Hannibal head-on was both his strength and his weakness. He saw Hannibal as a foreign menace who must be crushed swiftly before Italy's allies faltered. He believed boldness would win glory in Rome's favor. Yet Hannibal understood men like Flaminius, impetuous, proud, hungry for battle. Such men could be lured into traps. Hannibal led his army through the marshes of Etruria, a grueling trek designed to surprise the Romans. The land was treacherous. Waterlogged plains, stagnant pools, and reeds that cut the skin. Men waded waist-deep in cold mud for days. Horses stumbled. Even Hannibal himself suffered. His one good eye was struck by infection during this march, and he lost it to blindness. Yet he did not falter. Even half-blind, he guided his men with unyielding will, emerging from the swamps, ready to strike. Word reached Rome of Hannibal's movements, but the news was confused. Some said he was weakened by the marshes. Others claimed he still marched strong and furious. The Senate urged Flaminius to act with caution, but Flaminius ignored such counsel. He was determined to chase Hannibal, to force him into battle, and to claim victory before the people of Rome. Thus, while Hannibal moved deliberately, Flaminius rushed after him, eager, impatient, and unknowing that he was marching straight toward ruin. Hannibal chose his ground with care. He found a narrow valley near the shores of Lake Trasimene, where hills rose steep and wooded, leaving little room for maneuver. Here he placed his soldiers in ambush. Gauls, Iberians, and Africans alike hid among the trees and slopes. His cavalry waited silently in the shadows. The road wound tightly between the hills and the lake, a perfect funnel for an unsuspecting army. Hannibal smiled, even with one blind eye, for he knew Flaminius would not resist. The Roman consul, bold and reckless, would march his legions through this path without suspecting the danger that awaited. The dawn before the ambush was still and misty. The waters of the lake lay shrouded in fog, muffling sound and cloaking the hills in mystery. Romans advanced in long columns, their armor clinking softly, their standards swaying. They saw only the road ahead, unaware of the thousands of Carthaginian eyes watching from the heights. Hannibal's men gripped their spears and swords, waiting for the signal. The silence was heavy, stretched thin by tension. Then, at the perfect moment, Hannibal's hand rose. The mist still hung thick upon the valley. The Roman soldiers advanced, their steps muffled, their formations stretched thin along the narrow road. They had no scouts ahead, no sense of danger. Then, from the ridges above, came the sound, the blaring of Carthaginian horns. In an instant, silence broke into chaos. From the slopes, thousands of Hannibal's warriors surged down, spears thrusting, shields clashing, voices roaring. The Gauls screamed their war cries. Iberians thundered forward, and the cavalry charged from hidden ground. The Romans, caught off guard, had no time to form ranks. The fog trapped them in confusion, unable to see their enemy clearly, unable to hear orders over the din. Consul Flaminius was struck with shock. He had expected to chase Hannibal into open ground, not to stumble into a trap. Yet he refused to retreat. Shouting above the clash, he urged his men to fight, to stand fast, to push through the ambush. His voice was fierce, but the terrain betrayed him. Roman soldiers found themselves pinned between the lake on one side and hills swarming with enemies on the other. They fought bravely, but every step was met by Carthaginian steel, the fog of death. The mist thickened, turning the valley into a nightmare. Roman soldiers could not see their comrades, only shadows and sudden strikes. They fell in groups, some driven into the cold waters of Lake Trasimene, where they drowned under the weight of their armor. Others tried to climb the slopes, but Hannibal's hidden troops rained spears and stones down upon them. The Gauls hacked mercilessly, their massive blades cutting through Roman shields. The battle was not a battle at all. It was slaughter. The fall of Flaminius. Amid the chaos, Flaminius himself was struck. Accounts say a Gallic warrior, fierce and relentless, cut him down in the thick of fighting. The consul fell where he stood, his voice silenced, his army leaderless. For Rome, it was a disaster beyond imagining. Nearly the entire force was destroyed, trapped and crushed in Hannibal's perfect ambush. By noon, the fog began to lift. What it revealed was horror. The waters of Lake Trasimene were choked with bodies. The valley floor was strewn with fallen Romans. Some lay with swords still in hand. Others had been trampled or drowned. Of the tens of thousands who had marched into the valley, very few escaped. Rome had suffered one of its greatest defeats. Hannibal, meanwhile, stood victorious. His strategy had worked flawlessly. He had not only defeated a Roman army, he had humiliated Rome itself. News of the disaster swept across Italy. Panic spread through villages and towns. Allies questioned Rome's strength. Could the Republic truly withstand Hannibal, this foreign general who seemed invincible? In the Senate, fear gave way to grim resolve. Rome would not give up, but the scale of the loss was undeniable. And for Hannibal, it was a triumph. Yet even he knew, battles were not the end. The war itself was far from over. Thus ended the tragedy of Lake Trasimene. It was more than a battle. It was a masterstroke of strategy, a lesson in patience, planning, and ruthlessness. Hannibal had shown the world how a single general, with cunning and daring, could bring mighty Rome to its knees. But even in defeat, Rome's spirit would not break. Greater trials still lay ahead, and the clash between these two powers was only growing more fierce. After the disaster at Lake Trasimeno, Rome was shaken to its core. 2 consuls had fallen in a single year, and entire armies had been annihilated. Citizens crowded the forum, whispering of omens and curses, fearing Hannibal might march upon the very gates of the city. Never before had the Republic seemed so vulnerable. The Senate knew drastic measures were required. Ordinary offices of command would not suffice. Rome needed stability, wisdom, and a steady hand to guide them through the storm. And so, for the first time in years, they appointed a dictator, Quintus Fabius Maximus. Fabius was not like the rash Flaminius or the bold Scipio. He was older, cautious, deliberate in thought and speech. Where others rushed into battle, he counseled restraint. Where others sought glory, he sought endurance. To many Romans, this seemed almost cowardly. But Fabius understood something crucial. Hannibal thrived on rashness. He lured enemies into traps, fed on their impatience. To defeat him, Rome must deny him battle. Fabius adopted a radical plan. He would avoid direct confrontation. He would shadow Hannibal's army, harassing its supply lines, cutting off its foragers, striking at small detachments, but never giving Hannibal the great decisive battle he craved. This was not the Roman way. The Republic had always sought victory through force of arms, through open combat, through valor in the field. To many citizens and soldiers alike, Fabius's policy seemed shameful. But Fabius knew survival was more important than pride. At first, Hannibal welcomed the idea of facing Rome's new leader. But as weeks turned into months, he realized the difference. No longer did Roman armies stumble into his traps. No longer did consuls rush headlong into his clever snares. Instead, Fabius hovered like a shadow appearing on ridges, trailing from a distance, striking at convoys, then melting away. Hannibal's men grew restless. Supplies dwindled. For perhaps the first time, the great Carthaginian commander found himself denied the fight he wanted. Back in the city, however, patience was a bitter medicine. Citizens scorned Fabius' tactics, calling him cunctator, the delayer. Senators accused him of cowardice, of prolonging the war, of refusing to avenge Roman honor. But Fabius held firm. He reminded them, he who rushes against Hannibal rushes against ruin. It was not a stirring cry of triumph, but a sober truth. Fabius's strategy bought Rome precious time, yet it also sowed discord. Some Romans demanded bolder action. Among them were young, ambitious men hungry for glory, who would one day clash with Fabius' methods. This tension between caution and boldness, patience and aggression would define Rome's struggle against Hannibal in the years to come. Hannibal, clever and restless, grew impatient with Fabius' refusal to fight. He tried again and again to lure the Roman dictator into open battle. He burned villages within sight of Roman camps. He drove herds of livestock through fields and mocked the Romans with their own spoils. He released captured Italians and sent them home with tales of Carthaginian generosity, hoping to weaken Rome's alliances. Each time Fabius resisted. His officers begged him to fight, his soldiers grumbled of dishonor, and the Senate murmured of his delay. But Fabius remained steady. Better to save the Republic slowly than to lose it quickly. As the summer wore on, Hannibal's army ravaged the Italian countryside. Grain, vineyards, and olive groves fell to flames. Towns were sacked, temples looted, herds stolen. The sight enraged the Romans. To watch their land burn while their army sat idle was unbearable. Yet Fabius understood. Every day Hannibal wandered, every mile he marched, weakened him. His men were far from Carthage, living off plunder, stretched thin across hostile land. Time itself was Fabius' weapon. At last, Hannibal devised a bold plan. He maneuvered his army into the Apennine Mountains, taking a position that seemed vulnerable. Narrow passes, steep cliffs, and winding paths, perfect ground for an ambush. Fabius followed cautiously, but Hannibal's design was clear. He wished to draw the Romans into a trap, to surround them where escape was impossible. Night fell and the Roman camp settled uneasily. Scouts reported strange movements, but no one could make sense of them. Then in the darkness, a strange light appeared upon the ridges. Hundreds of flickering flames moved slowly, winding down the mountainsides. The Romans stirred in alarm, believing Hannibal's army was descending upon them. Trumpets blared, soldiers armed themselves. Confusion spread. What they saw, however, was not an army, but cattle. Hannibal had fastened torches to the horns of 2,000 oxen. Driven forward, the terrified beasts wandered across the slopes. their flames weaving like columns of soldiers. To the Romans, it looked as though Hannibal's entire army was on the march. Panic rippled through the ranks. Officers urged immediate action. Many thought the Carthaginians were retreating and begged to pursue them. Others feared a trap and wanted to flee. But Fabius, calm as ever, forbade rash movement. He saw through the ruse, suspecting Hannibal's trickery. He kept his army within camp, refusing to be lured. Meanwhile, under cover of the fiery cattle, Hannibal's real forces slipped quietly through the pass, escaping the Roman shadow and continuing their devastating march. When the truth became clear, Rome's fury boiled over. Critics accused Fabius of cowardice. They claimed he had allowed Hannibal to escape when victory was within reach. Pamphlets and speeches denounced him as timid, un-Roman, unworthy of command. But Fabius stood firm. He had not fallen for Hannibal's trick, nor had he endangered his men in the chaos of night. His army was intact. Rome, though restless, still lived to fight another day. This episode showed the heart of Fabius' strategy. While others saw humiliation and delay, he saw wisdom. Hannibal thrived on boldness and pride, but against patience he found frustration. Against endurance, his brilliance dimmed. The nickname Cunctator the Delayer became both insult and badge of honor, for in delaying, Fabius preserved Rome. By now, Rome was divided. Many senators and commanders despised Fabius's refusal to fight. They saw the land burned, the fields blackened, the allies despairing, and they blamed him. Farmers returned to the city, ruined by Hannibal's raids, crying out, "Why does our army hide? Why do we endure this shame?" To them, in the Senate, debates raged. Some praised Fabius's patience, calling him the protector of Rome. Others mocked him, calling him Hannibal's slave. Tribunes demanded action. Consuls pushed for open battle. A tide of impatience rose, threatening to sweep away his careful strategy. And soon it did. Fabius's dictatorship was a temporary appointment, meant only for emergencies. As the term expired, power returned to the usual consuls. The Roman people, weary of restraint, chose bold leaders eager to meet Hannibal head-on. What must Fabius have felt, knowing his wisdom was ignored? Quintus Fabius Pictor, the historian, later wrote of the cost of pride in politics. He knew the Roman spirit well, bold, fiery, always drawn to glory. But in his chronicle, he gave space to his kinsman's philosophy. He wrote of prudence, of foresight, of patience. He explained that true victory was not always swift, that time itself could be the sharpest weapon. To read Pictor's words is to hear echoes of Fabius's soul, measured, calm, unyielding in the face of scorn. Meanwhile, Hannibal pressed on. Though he slipped past Fabius' grip, his army was still far from home, still without reinforcements, still relying on plunder. Italy groaned under his presence. Cities hesitated, wondering whether to stand with Rome or yield to Carthage. Some defected, tempted by promises of freedom. Others clung to the Republic, encouraged by the thought that Rome still endured. Every village burned, every field stolen, was a wound to Rome, but also a reminder of the danger of rashness. For one reckless battle lost could destroy the Republic forever. Fabius knew it. He warned that impatience would lead to ruin. He cautioned against underestimating Hannibal. Yet his voice faded as bolder men took charge. Soon commanders would lead Rome into open battle, and the fields of Cannae would drink deeply of Roman blood. But in this moment, at the close of his dictatorship, Fabius had kept Rome alive. He had bought time. Time to gather soldiers, time to recall allies, time for the Republic to endure. And time, as Quintus Fabius Pictor later wrote, would prove to be the greatest ally Rome ever had. Thus, this chapter closes with a contrast. Hannibal's brilliance, sharp and blazing, and Fabius's wisdom, slow and steady. Rome stood between them, torn by its own hunger for glory. The delayer would soon watch as others risked everything, but his memory and his kinsman's pen would preserve the lesson that sometimes survival itself is the greatest victory. Imagine the streets of Rome. Citizens gathered in the Forum, their voices loud, their hearts full of unease. Farmers whose crops were ashes, merchants whose roads were unsafe, families mourning sons lost to Hannibal's ambushes all demanded answers. "Why do we wait?" they cried. "Is Rome not mighty? Shall we tremble before one man?" The people could not see what Fabius saw, that Hannibal's strength was like a flame, bright but hungry, and flames consumed themselves if starved. The name Cunctator, the delayer, spread through the city. Some said it in praise, others in jest. Cartoons were drawn, songs were sung, mocking Fabius as slow, cowardly, afraid. To Romans, victory meant boldness, a general who charged, who struck, who returned with spoils. But Fabius returned only with silence, with patience, with time. It takes great courage to stand against the enemy, but perhaps greater courage to stand against your own people and still remain firm in wisdom. Among those who challenged him most was Marcus Minucius Rufus, his own master of horse. Impatient, fiery, and proud, Minucius longed to meet Hannibal in the field. He mocked his superior, saying Rome deserved action, not hesitation. The people, eager for boldness, cheered Minucius's words. Later, Fabius would be forced to share command with him, a dangerous compromise born of politics. But in this moment, as dictatorship slipped from his hands, Fabius could already feel the danger of pride rising in Rome. Generations later, the historian Pictor looked back on these events. He described how the Republic itself seemed torn between two spirits, the rash and the cautious, the hot-blooded and the steady. In his writing, he captured the irony that the man scorned for slowness was the very one who preserved Rome from ruin. He praised prudence as a Roman virtue, just as much as bravery. He explained that patience was not weakness, but strength disguised. And in his quiet words, one can sense his admiration for the delayer, and perhaps his sorrow, knowing that Rome's impatience would soon pay a heavy price. As the chapter closes, Rome stands at a crossroads. Hannibal roams Italy unchecked. Allies falter. The Senate boils with argument. And far away, on the horizon of time, the fields of Kenny wait a place where boldness will triumph briefly, only to shatter into tragedy. Fabius, dismissed, watches with weary eyes. He knows what will come, yet his voice is drowned in the noise of pride. The Republic has survived for now, but the price of impatience has not yet been paid. Time passed, and Rome's patience wore thin. The people, weary of waiting, demanded a reckoning. They were tired of scorched fields, of allies wavering, of Hannibal roaming unchecked through their lands. The Senate, swayed by the voices of boldness, abandoned the cautious path of Fabius. They longed for a swift victory, one that would restore their pride and show the world Rome's strength. And so armies were raised again, larger than ever before. Consuls were chosen who promised not delay, but action. 2 consuls were appointed. Gaius Terentius Varro, a man of humble birth but fiery ambition, and Lucius Aemilius Pallas, an experienced patrician with a cooler head. Together they commanded an army the likes of which Rome had never seen. Nearly 80,000 infantry, 6,000 cavalry, the greatest host ever fielded by the Republic. Citizens marched, believing they were going to end Hannibal once and for all. Farmers left their fields, merchants closed their shops, allies sent troops, all bound for a single battlefield in Apulia. But Hannibal was no idle foe. He had watched Rome's movements with cunning eyes, knowing the tide was turning. He lured the Romans toward the plains near the village of Cani. Here the ground was flat and wide, perfect for cavalry maneuvers. Hannibal knew his Numidian horsemen, swift and skilled, would shine where Rome's numbers could not. As the Romans marched, Hannibal prepared not just to fight, but to ensnare. Far from the camp, the old delayer watched the preparations with sorrow. Fabius had warned them. Hannibal was not to be met in open battle. His genius lay not only in strength, but in trickery, in patience, in the art of leading armies into traps. But his words were dismissed. Rome did not want delay. Rome wanted glory. And so Fabius, powerless, stepped aside, his heart heavy with dread. The historian Pictor would later write of this moment with a sense of tragic inevitability. He described how Rome, in its pride, gathered an army so vast it could not imagine defeat. He wrote that the people believed sheer numbers would crush Hannibal, as though courage and quantity alone could overcome cunning. Yet, as Pictor observed, history often humbles those who march in arrogance. The gods, he hinted, do not smile upon hubris. Picture the camps on the eve of Cani. The Roman soldiers, countless fires burning in the night, ate their rations and sharpened their weapons. Some joked, some prayed, some whispered of home. Across the plain, Hannibal's camp rested quietly, his men calm, disciplined, almost serene. They trusted their commander, as though he alone could see the victory already woven into the morning. The night air was thick with silence, broken only by the crackling of fires and the distant sound of horses stamping the earth. The first rays of dawn crept across the Apulian plain, painting the fields in pale gold. A light breeze stirred the dust, carrying with it the distant scent of grain, dry earth, and sweat. The Roman army stirred like a great beast, tens of thousands rising in unison, strapping on armor, tightening straps, and forming their ranks. The sound was immense, iron clashing, shields thudding, orders shouted by centurions, the low murmur of men preparing for battle. Among the ranks, a strange mixture of emotions filled the soldiers' hearts. Some were confident, even eager. They whispered of victory, of riches, of returning home as conquerors. For many, this was their first great battle. They had been told Rome was unbeatable, that Hannibal was merely a foreign trickster who had survived only by chance. With so many legions gathered, they could not imagine defeat. Others, however, felt unease. They had heard whispers of Trebia, of Trasimene, of the rivers of blood spilled by Hannibal's cleverness. They knew the man they faced was no ordinary foe. At the heart of the army, the two consuls could not have been more different. Gaius Terentius Varro, bold and brash, believed victory was certain. He argued for an immediate assault, pressing the enemy with Rome's massive numbers. To him, delay was cowardice. Lucius Aemilius Paulus, more cautious, urged restraint. He saw the open plain, the cavalry advantage of Hannibal, the danger of reckless attack. He urged careful movement, even patience. But the Roman system of command was divided. The consuls took turns holding authority day by day, and on this morning, fate decreed it was Varro's turn. His word would lead Rome into the jaws of destiny. Across the field, Hannibal's camp was alive with quieter preparation. His soldiers, Spaniards, Gauls, Libyans, and the fierce Numidian cavalry moved with measured discipline. They were fewer in number, outmatched nearly 2-to-1, yet their confidence was different from Rome's. It was not born of arrogance, but of trust. They trusted Hannibal. They had followed him across rivers and mountains, through hunger and hardship. Time and again, he had led them not just to survival, but to triumph. Hannibal himself walked among them, speaking softly, reminding each man of their victories, of Rome's past failures, of the glory that awaited them if they triumphed once more. The morning air was filled with ritual. Roman priests performed sacrifices, reading the entrails of animals for signs from the gods. Some claimed the omens were favorable, others less clear. Yet the soldiers clung to the belief that the gods would not abandon Rome. In Hannibal's camp, sacrifices too were offered. Carthaginian priests invoked Baal and other deities, while Hannibal himself offered prayers not for divine intervention, but for the courage of his men and the sharpness of their resolve. As the sun rose higher, the distance between the two armies shrank. From the Roman lines, soldiers could see the glint of enemy armor, the flutter of banners, the mounted figures of Numidian riders circling like restless hawks. The plain seemed vast, yet soon it would feel suffocating, filled with dust, cries, and the clash of steel. For now, there was only silence between the hosts. Later, the historian Pictor would describe this moment not as one of triumph, but as one of tragedy waiting to unfold. He wrote that Rome had chosen the plain, had chosen speed over caution, had chosen to trust in numbers rather than wisdom. He hinted that the gods themselves might have turned away, weary of Rome's arrogance. Yet he also saw the human side, the hope in the eyes of soldiers, the dreams of fathers, sons, and brothers who thought they would see home again. The plain of Cannae was vast, but as tens of thousands of soldiers moved into position, it seemed to shrink. Dust rose into the morning air, thick and golden, stirred by the stamping of feet and the hooves of horses. The Roman host, larger than any assembled in living memory, extended in a massive block. Legion upon legion advanced, shields interlocking, spears and swords flashing in the sun. The sound of their march was a living thunder. In the distance, Hannibal's army moved as well, slower, deliberate, precise. Each contingent took its place, not in a straight line like Rome's, but in a subtle curve, as if drawn by the hand of a master strategist. Under Varro's command, the Roman legions were arranged in unusual density. Rather than spreading their numbers wide, they pressed them inward, massing in a deep, heavy formation. To Varro, this was strength. Sheer weight would crush the enemy's center, driving Hannibal's army to collapse. The veterans, however, exchanged uneasy glances. They remembered other battles where Hannibal's trickery had turned Roman strength into weakness. Still, the orders were clear. Advance as a single, unstoppable wall. Hannibal, watching from horseback, surveyed his formation. At the center, he placed his weaker Gaulish and Iberian troops, men fierce but less disciplined. Behind them, Libyan veterans stood ready, dark-eyed and calm, their armor gleaming with quiet menace. On the wings, his cavalry, the nimble Numidians on one side, the heavy Spanish and Gallic riders on the other, pawed the earth restlessly. It was not by chance, not by desperation, but by intention. Hannibal invited the Romans to push against his center, to believe in their weight in numbers, while his wings waited like jaws preparing to close. The riders on both sides eyed one another across the plain. Roman and allied cavalry, outnumbered and uneasy, tightened their grips on their spears. They knew their task was grim, to hold against Hannibal's superior horsemen long enough for the infantry to secure victory. The Numidians, by contrast, smiled and laughed as they spun their mounts in circles, their horses swift and agile. They carried no heavy armor, only speed and cunning. To the Romans, they looked like shadows, impossible to pin down. By now the sun climbed high, beating down upon helmet and shield. Sweat dripped down faces, soaking tunics, making armor heavy and suffocating. The Romans in their dense ranks felt the air grow stifling, each breath harder to draw. In contrast, Hannibal's men had space between their ranks, their movements less suffocated, their discipline looser, more adaptive. It was as though the environment itself favored them. Varro, confident and unshaken, rode before the men, lifting his hand high. He reminded them of Rome's greatness, of their families watching from afar, of the vengeance they would bring upon Hannibal at last. Paulus, though quieter, spoke as well. His words were less fiery, more solemn. He urged discipline, reminded the men to hold their lines, to trust in their comrades. He feared what was to come, but as consul, he too bore the duty of courage. In the legion lines, men whispered their last prayers. Some kissed amulets given by wives or mothers. Others muttered charms for protection. A few stood in silence, lost in thought. One soldier might remember the taste of his wife's bread, another the laughter of his children, another the smell of his father's farm. All carried private hopes and private fears. Later, Pictor would write of this moment as a theater before tragedy. Rome, he said, stood upon the edge of fate, blinded by its own pride, deaf to the cautious voices that might have saved her. And yet, he added, there was a dignity in that blindness, a terrible courage in standing so firm, so united, upon the threshold of disaster. At last, both armies stood ready. The Romans, in their immense block, shields locked, standards raised high, the red crests of centurions blazing in the sun. Hannibal's army, curved and poised, like a bowstring drawn tight, every man waiting for the signal. Between them stretched the dust-filled silence, fragile, trembling, soon to be shattered by the first clash of bronze and steel. A Roman trumpet blared, harsh and metallic, cutting through the dusty stillness. With a shout, the front ranks of the legions began to march. Step by step, shield by shield, the massive block surged forward, a living wall of iron. The ground quivered under the sheer weight of Rome. Each stride pressed more dust into the air, until the horizon wavered in a golden haze. Across the field, Hannibal raised his arm. His center, the Gauls and Iberians, moved forward to meet the tide. Their war cries rose in a shrill chorus, a harsh contrast to the steady thunder of Rome. The two lines struck with a sound like stone breaking. Shields slammed into shields, spears cracked against armor. The air filled with the clatter of swords, the guttural grunts of effort, and the first cries of the wounded. The Romans pressed hard, their formation dense and unyielding. The Gauls staggered back under the pressure, their looser ranks bending but not yet breaking. Dust swirled thicker, turning men into shadows. Soldiers grappled chest to chest, shoving, stabbing, hacking in desperate rhythm. A Roman thrust his gladius beneath a Gaul's ribs. Another Gaul swung his long sword overhead, cleaving through a Roman's helmet with brutal force. The lines heaved back and forth like waves colliding, neither side yet giving way. Slowly, however, Hannibal's center began to curve backward. At first it seemed disorderly, a retreat under Roman pressure. But Hannibal, watching from horseback, allowed it. Every step backward was calculated, pulling the Romans deeper. On the Roman left, their cavalry met Hannibal's heavy horse. The clash of hooves was violent, a storm of dust and steel. Roman riders fought bravely, but they were fewer, pressed hard by the weight of Hannibal's allies. On the Roman right, the Numidians darted in and out, hurling javelins, taunting, feinting retreats. The Roman horse chased, only to find themselves lured into confusion, their formation breaking apart in frustration. For the infantrymen pressed in the Roman mass, the world narrowed to the man before them. Shields banged against shields, the press of bodies so tight that movement was agony. Sweat poured into eyes, dust choked throats, blood spattered across armor. A wounded comrade could not fall. The crush of men held him upright, forcing him to stumble forward until he collapsed beneath trampling feet. Still, the Romans pushed with grim determination. Every heartbeat drove them deeper into Hannibal's curved line. Amidst the chaos, Hannibal remained composed. He watched the shape of the battlefield, the Romans surging forward, his center bending further and further inward. Where Varro saw victory, Hannibal saw a trap tightening. His wings were firm, his veterans waiting like iron jaws. The plain was no longer silent. It screamed with the voices of thousands, the clang of bronze, the shriek of iron, the neighing of horses. The cries of the dying rose into a single, terrible chorus. Above it all flew the standards of Rome, still steady, still advancing. And yet, unnoticed by many in the dense Roman ranks, the shape of their advance had begun to change. They were no longer pushing against a flat line, but into a crescent, a bow drawn tighter with each step. The sun climbed higher, heat pressing down, sweat burning in the eyes of every soldier. The Romans believed the enemy was faltering, retreating. The Gauls and Iberians gave ground grudgingly, step by step. But Hannibal's veterans on the flanks waited, immovable, their spears planted, their armor gleaming. The battle was no longer simply a clash of armies. It was the slow tightening of fate. And in that tightening, unseen but inevitable, Rome was walking deeper into Hannibal's design. Hour after hour, the Roman legions pressed forward, step by grinding step, their shields locked, their spears thrust, their short swords stabbed into the enemy mass. The Gauls and Iberians before them gave ground reluctantly, their cries echoing across the battlefield. But though they staggered and bent, they did not break. Instead, their line curled inward, bending into a crescent that bowed deeper with every Roman advance. To the Roman commanders, it looked like weakness. Varro's heart surged with triumph. Hannibal's center was buckling. Victory was near. But from Hannibal's vantage, the shape of the battle was becoming perfect. Inside the Roman formation, the crush grew unbearable. Tens of thousands of men packed into a narrowing space, each struggling for breath. The dust was blinding. Sweat streamed into mouths and eyes. The sound of iron on iron became a constant roar, deafening and endless. Many soldiers could not even swing their swords freely. The press of bodies was too tight. They could only thrust blindly with their short blades, hoping to strike something ahead. Yet discipline kept them moving forward, deeper into the bulge of Hannibal's line. On the flanks of Hannibal's center, his hardened African infantry stood waiting. They were silent compared to the noisy Gauls. Their armor gleamed, their shields steady, their long spears planted firmly in the earth. These were Carthage's finest men who had fought with Hannibal from Spain, men hardened by countless battles. They watched the Romans drive into the trap, their faces calm, their discipline unbroken. At Hannibal's signal, they would not bend back like the center. They would hold their ground, forming the solid anchor points of the encirclement. While the infantry struggled, the cavalry battles on the wings reached their crisis. On Rome's left, their horsemen fought bravely, but were overwhelmed. Hannibal's heavy cavalry smashed through them, scattering survivors across the plain. Riders fell beneath hooves, trampled into the dust. Others fled in panic, their standards abandoned. Hannibal's cavalry commander did not chase them far. Instead, he wheeled his victorious riders behind the Roman line, galloping toward the opposite flank. There, the Roman right-wing cavalry was still entangled with the nimble Numidians. But as Hannibal's heavy horse thundered down upon them from behind, the Roman riders found themselves struck from both sides. Hemmed in, confused, they broke. Many were cut down as they fled. Others scattered wildly. The Roman cavalry, their shield against flanking attacks, was gone. Yet the legionaries in the center did not know. The dust was too thick, the noise too great. To them, it seemed they were still winning, driving the enemy back step by step. But Hannibal's trap was nearly complete. From his position on horseback, Hannibal raised his arm. A signal blared. The African infantry on the flanks began to pivot inward. Slowly, with dreadful precision, the jaws began to swing shut. And behind the Romans, the victorious cavalry thundered closer, ready to seal the final gate. So here's something funny. When Quintus Fabius Pictor sat down to write about Greek myths, he wasn't doing it to entertain you with bedtime stories. Nope. He had an agenda. Romans always do. He wanted to fit those chaotic, wine-soaked Greek legends into the neat, disciplined world of Roman memory. Think about it. Greek myths are wild. Gods chasing mortals, lovers turning into trees, half-horse men throwing parties that always end in someone getting their head smashed with a jug. If Hollywood made them accurately, you'd need 6 different content warnings. But Pictor, he was a Roman senator. He had to make it look respectable. One of the first Greek heroes Pictor wrote about was Hercules. In Greek legend, Hercules wandered everywhere slaying monsters, cleaning stables, wrestling lions. But Pictor was like, well, of course Hercules came to Italy. Why wouldn't he? So according to Pictor, Hercules stopped in Rome, killed a monster named Cacus who lived in a cave, and basically gave Rome his blessing. Convenient, right? Hercules, the Greek muscle man, turns into Rome's part-time landlord. Imagine if your country's founding myth involved The Rock just casually showing up, punching a local thief and saying, "Yep, looks good here, carry on." That's basically what Pictor did. This is where things get juicy. Romans loved to borrow. Not just statues, not just art, but stories. And Pictor was the one who smoothed those stories over, sanding off the messy, drunken bits and polishing them into respectable Roman lore. Take the Aeneid, for instance. Later, Virgil would write that glorious epic about Aeneas sailing from Troy to Italy. But the seed of that idea, it was already growing in Pictor's work. He tied Rome's beginnings to Troy, because let's be honest, our founders were some shepherds and bandits. Just doesn't sound as glamorous as descended from the heroes of Homer. Wouldn't you do the same? If you could say your family tree started with a Greek prince instead of a farmer with a goat problem, you'd brag about it too. Now, don't think Pictor cut out all the fun. He left some monsters in there. You've got the Cacus story, sure, but also whispers of strange creatures said to lurk in the Italian hills. Dragons? Maybe. Giants? Sometimes. And always the memory of the gods who had once walked the earth. Romans loved to sprinkle their landscape with myth. That hill? Oh, a god once stood there. That river? A hero once bathed in it. That cave? Don't go in there unless you like being digested by something with more teeth than sense. Pictor gave Rome that sense of depth. He painted the land not just with battles and treaties, but with shadows and legends. So why did all this matter? Why take Greek myths and shove them into Roman soil? Because Rome was building something new, and if you want people to believe in your future, you've got to give them a grand past. Pictor gave Rome roots older than its neighbors, older than Greece itself. He tied Roman blood to Trojan heroes, Roman hills to Hercules, Roman rivers to divine footsteps. He turned Rome into not just a city, but a stage where gods and heroes had already played their parts. And you, sitting here in the dim light, drifting between wakefulness and dreams, you're hearing the story the way Romans wanted it to be remembered. Quick question for you: if you could rewrite your hometown's history by borrowing one myth or legend from anywhere, what would you pick? Would you throw a dragon in your local lake? Have Zeus stop by your city for coffee? Drop it in the comments. I'd love to see the creativity. We can't talk about Pictor without circling back to Troy. For the Greeks, the Trojan War was tragedy, betrayal, heroes burning bright and then falling into ashes. For Romans, thanks to writers like Pictor, it was destiny. The Trojans didn't lose, they migrated. Aeneas, carrying his father on his shoulders and his gods in his heart, didn't stumble into Italy by accident. Oh no, Pictor and later Virgil made sure you understood. This was fate. Jupiter himself had planned it. Imagine that kind of rebrand. We didn't lose the war. We were chosen to found the greatest empire in history. That's some top-tier PR. You almost wonder if Pictor invented spin before politicians perfected it. But what about the gods? Oh, Pictor had thoughts on them too. Oh, Greek gods were, well, let's be real. They were messy. Zeus couldn't keep his toga on. Hera was always plotting revenge. Dionysus threw wine-soaked parties that probably violated half a dozen Roman laws. Romans, they needed their gods to behave with just a little more gravitas. So Pictor translated them. Zeus became Jupiter, Hera became Juno, Dionysus became Bacchus, though even the Romans struggled to keep Bacchus in line. It's like when you take a wild teenager and send them to military school. Same kid, just with a haircut and stricter rules. Here's where it gets clever. These myths weren't just bedtime tales, they were diplomacy. Rome wanted alliances with Greek cities. Rome wanted to show the world that it wasn't just some upstart with good soldiers, it was heir to a tradition as old as Homer. So when Pictor wrote in Greek, tying Roman heroes to Trojan ones, he wasn't just educating. He was building bridges. He was saying, look, we're family. We're not outsiders. Our ancestors fought in the same wars yours did. We belong. That's genius. History becomes a handshake. Myth becomes a treaty. Picture yourself walking through Rome in Pictor's day. The city isn't the marble capital we imagine yet. It's still rough, still half mud, half stone. But with Pictor's pen, suddenly every spot in that city has meaning. That grove outside the walls, a god once walked there. That cave by the river, a hero once fought a monster. That hill, a Trojan prince prayed on it. It's like layering a magical map over the real one. Ordinary places become extraordinary. You don't just live in Rome, you live in the shadow of Hercules, under the protection of Aeneas, in a land kissed by destiny. And as you fall asleep hearing these tales, doesn't it feel the same? Like your own room, your own quiet space, could secretly be the backdrop of some forgotten myth? What's wild is how long Pictor's spin lasted. His history didn't survive in full. We only have fragments, bits quoted by later writers. But the framework he gave, the scaffolding of Rome's origin story, that lasted forever. Every Roman child grew up hearing versions of those tales. Every senator who wanted to sound wise dropped names like Aeneas and Hercules. Every emperor centuries later claimed descent from Trojan bloodlines. All because one Roman historian, writing in Greek, decided to stitch myths into memory. Let's play a game. If you were Pictor and you could write history any way you wanted, what myth would you add to your nation's story? Would you claim a god as your ancestor? A monster as your defeated foe? Tell me in the comments, and remember, no idea is too wild. That's the beauty of myth. Think of Aeneas again. In Greek myth, he was a survivor, not the shining star like Achilles or Odysseus. But in Pictor's retelling, survival itself became the hero's crown. Rome, after all, wasn't built on glory that burned bright and vanished. It was built on endurance. To live when others perished, to carry the fire when the city burned. That was the Roman ideal. Pictor didn't just record Aeneas' journey. He transformed him into the prototype Roman loyal to the gods, unyielding in duty, patient in destiny. That lesson would ripple through centuries of Roman self-belief. Heroes didn't have to win the flashy victories. They had to endure. Another thread Pictor wove in was Hercules. The Greeks loved Hercules for his strength, his labors, his flaws. The Romans? They gave him a home. There's a story that Hercules once passed through Italy on his way back from one of his famous labors. He wrestled a bandit, drank at a sacred spring, and even founded a shrine. Pictor latched on to tales like these, embedding Hercules into Italy's very soil. To Rome, Hercules wasn't just some wandering Greek hero. He was a neighbor, a protector, someone whose sweat had mixed with their earth. By claiming him, Pictor gave Rome both prestige and muscle, a godlike figure standing in their corner. What's fascinating is how Pictor blurred the lines between what happened and what was told. His history wasn't a cold record. It was a theater script where myths strode across the stage of memory. And once a story takes root, it's nearly impossible to uproot. Imagine sitting at a Roman banquet, hearing an elder recount how Aeneas prayed to Jupiter on that very hill, or how Hercules wrestled a giant where the market now stands. Would you question it, or would you let it sink in, warming your heart like a candle on a dark night? That was Pictor's genius. He didn't argue for truth, he made you feel it. For the Greeks, history was a cycle. Cities rose, cities fell, heroes shone, heroes faded. But Pictor painted Rome as different. Rome wasn't caught in fate's cruel wheel. Rome was fate. Every battle, every hardship, every myth, it all pointed forward. Rome wasn't just one city among many. It was chosen, woven into the fabric of the cosmos itself. Think about how powerful that belief must have been. To wake each morning and believe your city wasn't temporary but eternal. That your struggles weren't random, but part of a divine plan. That you were living in the pages of a story already written. Isn't that the kind of thought that helps you rest easy at night? That sense of being held in something larger than yourself? Ironically, Pictor's own writings didn't survive the centuries. What we have are echoes. Later historians quoting him, fragments scattered across time, yet the feeling he created, the Rome of destiny, the Rome born of myth, outlasted even his words. It's like a stone dropped into a pond. The stone sinks, lost from sight, but the ripples reach every shore. Pictor is that stone. His ripples touched Livy, touched Virgil, touched the Roman imagination itself. And tonight, drifting through these stories, his ripples touch you too. Here's a thought for you. If your life were written by someone like Pictor, what myth would you want woven into your story? Would you be descended from a god, a hero who endured, or perhaps a wanderer carrying the fire of survival like Aeneas? Let me know your myth in the comments. By the time Pictor was writing, Rome had already clashed with Greece in battle, admired its art, borrowed its gods, and envied its literature. The Romans were pragmatic. They wanted to be heirs to Greek culture, but also to surpass it. So what did Pictor do? He gave Rome a mirror. By retelling Greek myths with a Roman heart, he allowed Romans to see themselves not as imitators, but as equal players. They weren't outsiders borrowing stories, they were descendants of the very heroes who filled the Greek imagination. Imagine how comforting that was. Rome was no longer just a rising city, it was already ancient, already connected to the timeless sagas of gods and men. Think of how Pictor reshaped Aeneas. To the Greeks, he was a secondary figure. To Rome, he became the root of everything. His struggles, his exile, his devotion to fate, all of these mirrored the Roman virtues of discipline, loyalty, and endurance. Aeneas stopped being the man who survived Troy and became the man destined to father Rome. Through Pictor's pen, Aeneas became the mythical reflection of every Roman who sacrificed comfort for duty. It wasn't just myth anymore. It was instruction, a code to live by. The tale of Romulus and Remus had circulated for generations, but Pictor polished it. He gave the twins sharper edges, making Romulus the embodiment of Rome's ruthless strength and destiny. And the she-wolf? She was no longer just an animal. She was a symbol of Rome's resilience, fierce, protective, untamed. Romans could look at their city and see themselves as the children of that wolf, raised in hardship but destined to rule. Through myth, Pictor made Rome's beginnings not only memorable but sacred. Another gift Pictor gave Rome was the normalization of Greek gods within Roman life. Zeus became Jupiter, Hera became Juno, Athena became Minerva. What might have seemed like borrowing became, through his histories, rightful inheritance. Romans could bow to Jupiter without feeling like imitators. They could pray to Minerva and believe she had always been watching over them. Myth had become naturalized, woven into Rome's very streets, temples, and hearths. It's a bit like moving into an old house and being told that the spirits who live there aren't strangers, but your own ancestors. Suddenly, the walls don't feel borrowed. They feel like home. But perhaps the most powerful thing Pictor achieved was turning myth into politics. When Rome claimed Trojan ancestry, it wasn't just storytelling. It was a message to the world. We are not new, we are not fragile, we are ancient, destined, and chosen. To challenge Rome is to challenge fate itself. For Roman leaders, this was gold. It gave them legitimacy, it gave them divine protection, and it gave their people a reason to believe they were part of something larger than any individual life. That's why Pictor mattered. His myths weren't bedtime tales, they were blueprints for empire. As you drift deeper into these stories, think about this. Every nation, every culture tells itself myths. Some about gods, some about founding heroes, some about survival against impossible odds. What myths do you think your people carry? And how do those stories shape the way you see your world today? For the Greeks, the Trojan War was a tragedy of betrayal, rage, and ruin. For the Romans, through Pictor, it became a seed. Imagine how remarkable that is. A war that ended in ashes for Troy became the fertile soil from which Rome claimed to grow. This meant that Rome was not just a rising city-state, it was the child of Troy, carrying forward a legacy denied to the Greeks themselves. The destruction of Troy became, in Roman memory, a necessary sacrifice for something greater. It's as if Pictor whispered into Roman ears, "From loss comes destiny, from ruin comes empire." Greek myths were filled with wild passions. Achilles' wrath, Odysseus' cunning, Helen's beauty, Paris' desire. But Pictor gave the myths a Roman frame. The emphasis shifted from glory and passion to virtue and endurance. Aeneas was not celebrated for trickery or vengeance, but for piety, his devotion to gods, family, and destiny. Romulus was not remembered as a mere founder, but as the embodiment of Rome's will to survive and expand. Even the she-wolf was no longer wild fortune, but a guiding symbol of divine favor. By this subtle shift, Pictor recast mythology into moral lessons, a guidebook for Roman citizens on how to act, how to endure, and how to serve Rome above self. Picture this. Roman families gathered in their atriums, recounting their ancestors' deeds. With Pictor's histories, those family stories no longer floated alone, they connected to a larger stream. A Roman could say, "My grandfather fought bravely," but thanks to Pictor, he could also say, "And my people are descended from heroes who crossed seas, endured exile, and founded a new world." Personal memory flowed into collective memory. Collective memory flowed into myth. And myth gave every Roman a sense that their daily struggles, farming, soldiering, building, were part of something eternal. Oh, think for a moment about how powerful this is. A people who believe they are chosen, who believe they are fated, who believe their very blood carries the weight of divine stories. Such a people cannot easily be broken. Pictor's myths were not just about the past. They were a promise that Rome was destined to survive every hardship, to rise from every defeat, to conquer, not for greed, but because it was written in the stars. Even in the darkest hours when Hannibal's elephants thundered across Italy, when Rome's fields were scorched, Romans could remind themselves, "We are children of Aeneas. We will not vanish." Through Pictor, myth spilled into Rome's rituals and festivals. The Paralia, once a rustic shepherd's feast, became tied to Rome's foundation day. Prayers to Jupiter were recast as conversations with Zeus, reshaped in Roman form. Every festival, every temple, every oath was strengthened by his retelling of these stories. Religion, politics, and myth braided together so tightly that they could no longer be separated. For Romans, to live was to reenact myth. To sacrifice, to fight, to build these were not just acts of survival, but echoes of their ancestors, of Aeneas, Romulus, and divine will. And here lies the quiet genius of Pictor. He never claimed to be a poet like Homer, nor a philosopher like Plato. He called himself a historian, but with every sentence, he shaped the way Romans saw themselves. He was, in truth, less a recorder of the past and more an architect of destiny. By selecting which myths to highlight, by coloring them with Roman values, he laid the foundations of a story that would carry Rome for centuries. His quill was as mighty as any sword. As you let these thoughts drift in your mind, notice how stories shape us even now. Nations today still weave myths about founding fathers, about golden ages, about struggles overcome. Do you see it? The pattern is the same. Every people needs a story. Without it, identity scatters like dust. With it, a people feels eternal. When Pictor wrote, Rome was still vulnerable. Hannibal's army had just marched across the Alps, and Roman villages burned under Carthaginian fire. The city could have despaired, but Pictor's myths whispered otherwise. He reminded them that they were not just farmers and soldiers. They were the heirs of Troy. If Aeneas had survived the burning of his city, then Rome too could endure the burning of fields. If Romulus had risen from nothing, an orphan at the riverbank, then Rome could rise again from every defeat. This faith transformed despair into endurance. What made Pictor's version so powerful was that it belonged to everyone. The patrician in the Senate could trace his ancestry to Aeneas' companions. The plebeian farmer could see himself in the toil and resilience of Romulus. The soldier on the frontier could believe his sacrifices were part of Rome's eternal struggle. Unlike Greek myths, which often celebrated individuals, Roman myths became collective. They were not about one hero's glory, but about the destiny of the people. The senators and generals quickly understood the power of these stories. By invoking them, they gained authority. To pass a law was not just to govern, it was to honor the will of the ancestors. To fight a war was not just strategy, it was to fulfill destiny. Later, emperors like Augustus would lean heavily on Pictor's work. Augustus traced his lineage back to Aeneas, and from Aeneas to the goddess Venus herself. The first emperor of Rome thus stood not as a man, but as the living continuation of myth. Without Pictor's framing, this claim might have seemed hollow. With it, Augustus looked like destiny fulfilled. Here is the subtle brilliance. Pictor's myths stretched backward and forward at once. Backward, they reached into the myths of Troy and the divine will of the gods. Forward, they promised a future where Rome's survival was guaranteed, no matter the trial. It created a circle of time. Every Roman act, past, present, or future, could be interpreted as part of this grand arc. In this way, Pictor's pen gave Rome a kind of immortality, even before it had conquered the Mediterranean. Consider the power of identity. A man may endure hunger if he knows he is a hero. A soldier may stand against fear if he believes his blood carries divine purpose. A city may survive invasion if it is convinced its walls were destined never to fall. Pictor gave Rome this quiet fire. His myths were not loud or boastful. They were whispered into the Roman soul, soft, steady, and unyielding. And so, long after his scrolls were lost to time, the spirit of his stories lived on. By the time later historians like Livy wrote, they leaned heavily on Pictor's foundations. They embellished, expanded, and polished the stories. But the structure was already there. Aeneas, Romulus, the she-wolf, the destiny of Rome. Without Quintus Fabius Pictor, Rome might have conquered lands, but with him, Rome conquered imagination. And imagination, once captured, is stronger than any legion. As you let these thoughts drift, notice how stories linger. They outlast walls, wars, even empires. What Pictor began was not just history, it was a seed of eternity. Every empire that rose after Rome tried to copy its myths. Every nation since has sought to weave its past into a destiny. And it all began with one man, in the flickering light of a Roman study, dipping his pen into ink and daring to call myth history. His quiet hand ensured that Rome would not only be remembered, but remembered as eternal. Quintus Fabius Pictor himself did not live forever. His name appears only in fragments, his writings largely lost, mentioned only by later historians who leaned upon him like an unseen guide. Yet in this disappearance, his power only grew. His scrolls may have faded, but his voice, the myths he set into Rome's foundation, echoed for centuries. It is as though he dissolved into the very stones of the city, so that every arch and temple bore the faint trace of his pen. Walk through the Forum centuries later, and you could see Pictor's work hidden there. Aeneas painted in frescoes, carrying his father on his shoulders. Romulus and Remus sculpted on coins and carved into marble. The she-wolf cast in bronze, forever suckling the twin founders. These were not just decorations. They were reminders, constant and unyielding, that Rome's destiny had been written from the beginning. The people saw them daily, absorbed them silently, and lived as though guided by invisible strings of fate. Every festival, every oath, every prayer to the gods carried undertones of Pictor's myths. When Roman priests traced lines in the sky with their staffs, seeking the gods' will in the flight of birds, they were not merely predicting omens. They were confirming the ancient stories. For how could Rome fall when its founding had been blessed by divine signs? When soldiers sacrificed before marching to war, they invoked not just Mars, but the destiny of Romulus himself. Thus, myth was not locked in books. It was breathed in rituals, sung in hymns, and lived in the daily rhythm of the city. Consider how fragile civilizations are. Floods, fires, invasions, all can sweep away what is built by hand. But Pictor gave Rome something that no sword could cut, no fire could burn, no flood could drown: a story. Oh, and so, even as centuries turned and empires shifted, Rome could tell itself, we are eternal. Our roots go deeper than ruin. This conviction was so strong that even after the empire crumbled in the West, kings and popes centuries later still reached back to call themselves heirs of Rome. The story had outlived the empire. Though his manuscripts decayed, later giants Livy, Plutarch, Virgil wrote upon the canvas he prepared. Virgil's Aeneid is perhaps the most famous fruit of Pictor's seed. Without Pictor, Aeneas might have remained a fading Trojan prince. With Pictor, he became Rome's eternal ancestor. Every word written by poets and historians after Pictor was a shadow of his first daring choice: to stitch Rome's present into Troy's past, to weave mortal struggle into divine destiny. As night falls on our tale, imagine the dream that carried every Roman citizen to sleep. They believed they walked streets not just of stone, but of story. Each alley, each wall, each march of legionaries into distant lands was more than history unfolding. It was prophecy fulfilled. And at the quiet heart of that dream, though few remembered his name, stood Quintus Fabius Pictor, the silent author who dared to give Rome eternity. Thus this chapter settles not with noise, but with a whisper. That myth, once planted, grows roots deeper than marble. That a single man with a pen, writing in the shadows of war, could change not just how a city saw itself, but how the world would remember it forever. Rome rose, Rome ruled, Rome fell. But Pictor's voice never fell silent. It still murmurs in every tale of destiny, every empire that calls itself eternal, every city that longs to be more than dust. By the time Pictor finished his writings, Rome was no longer a city of scattered traditions. The Republic was consolidating its power, yet the past still mattered more than we might imagine. Romans needed to know why they were here, why their city deserved greatness. And Pictor gave them that answer, through story, myth, and the careful intertwining of Greek legend with Roman life. Imagine walking through the Forum during his time. Bustling markets, senators debating laws, soldiers marching to distant campaigns. But in the background, every citizen carried fragments of myth in their hearts. Aeneas, Romulus, Hercules, invisible companions shaping their thoughts, their ambitions, even their dreams. What Pictor achieved was not just storytelling, it was identity creation. Romans could look at Troy and see themselves. They could hear Greek myths and feel that their bloodline connected to heroes, not mere mortals. By retelling myths with Roman virtues, piety, discipline, endurance, Pictor transformed foreign legends into mirrors of Roman life. It's as if every Roman citizen carried a private epic in their mind, reminding them of who they were and why their city mattered. Pictor's histories were subtle yet powerful tools of political persuasion. When senators invoked Aeneas or Romulus, they were not merely quoting tales, they were appealing to destiny, to divine approval. Wars became more than strategy, they were fulfillment of prophecy. Laws became more than governance, they were honoring the ancestors. Even ordinary citizens absorbed these messages. Rome's greatness was natural, predestined. To challenge Rome was almost like challenging the gods themselves. One of Pictor's most remarkable achievements was how he adapted Greek myths for Roman ears. Greek gods became Roman gods. Jupiter, Juno, Minerva. Heroes were recast to embody Roman virtues. Stories of exile, struggle, and survival were reshaped into lessons of endurance and civic duty. Or it wasn't mere translation, it was transformation. Imagine reading a Greek tale of Odysseus, clever but self-indulgent, and seeing it through Pictor's lens. A cautionary tale emphasizing loyalty, duty, and the importance of community over personal glory. That's the subtle genius of his pen. Pictor might have called himself a historian, but in truth, he was a teacher. He taught Romans how to see themselves, how to interpret the past, how to act in the present, and how to envision their city's future. His lessons were embedded not in textbooks, they were whispered in stories, celebrated in festivals, etched in coins and monuments. Even without knowing his name, every Roman citizen learned from him, absorbed his vision, and carried it forward into every war, every law, every triumph. Take a moment to reflect. Imagine having a single story woven into your culture that quietly shapes every choice you make, every tradition, every festival, every patriotic moment echoing that story. If you could write such a story for your own community or family, what would it say? How would it guide the people who hear it? Consider Rome in Pictor's time. It wasn't yet the sprawling metropolis we imagine. It was a city of stone streets, busy markets, crowded houses, and looming temples. Yet, in the minds of its citizens, it was already vast because of the stories they carried. Every Roman, from patrician to plebeian, absorbed fragments of myth in daily life. A casual conversation could reference Aeneas's exile, Romulus's founding of the city, or Hercules' labors. These stories weren't entertainment, they were invisible threads binding the people together. Imagine walking through the Forum, merchants shouting, senators debating, children chasing each other, and underneath it all, a shared heartbeat of destiny. Pictor made that heartbeat audible. One of Pictor's cleverest strokes was linking Rome to Troy. The Trojans had fallen, yes, but in their defeat lay the foundation of Roman greatness. Aeneas, carrying his father and sacred relics, became a living bridge between the Greek past and the Roman future. This wasn't just myth-making, it was confidence-building. Romans could look at themselves and think, we are heirs of Troy, our struggles are echoes of heroes, our victories are preordained. Even today, you can see the power of that kind of narrative. Knowing your history can make even ordinary acts, farming, marching, building, feel monumental. Greek heroes often acted on impulse or desire. They were larger than life, yes, but sometimes selfish or reckless. Pictor's adaptation gave them a moral compass suitable for Roman ears. Aeneas exemplified piety devotion to gods, family, and destiny. Romulus demonstrated resilience and courage, even in morally complex choices. Even minor figures in Pictor's histories were given lessons in duty, loyalty, and perseverance. It's like turning wild, untamed stories into a guidebook for life. Every myth became a small manual on how to survive, thrive, and serve Rome. Pictor's stories didn't stay confined to scrolls. They leapt into public memory through rituals, festivals, and sacrifices. Every religious observance, every public holiday became a living reminder of myth. For example, when Romans celebrated the Perilia, or the founding day of Rome, they weren't merely marking dates. They were reliving the stories of their ancestors, of Aeneas' arrival, of Romulus' triumph. History, myth, and daily life blended seamlessly. Through this, Pictor ensured that his stories were not just read, they were experienced. And yes, politics. We can't ignore that Pictor's histories quietly shape power. Senators, generals, and magistrates invoke these myths to justify decisions, motivate armies, or inspire loyalty. A leader could say, "We fight like Aeneas," and the people would understand it wasn't mere metaphor. It was a call to embody destiny, to step into the shoes of heroes. Even emperors centuries later leaned on these stories, consciously or unconsciously, proving how far-reaching Pictor's pen had become. Think for a moment. Have you ever noticed how stories in your culture shaped your decisions, your morals, or your dreams? Pictor understood this hundreds of years ago. Comment below if you have a personal story or legend that guides your life the way Aeneas and Romulus guided Rome. Pictor didn't just record events or retell Greek tales, he transformed them into a mirror in which Romans could see themselves. These myths became civic tools, shaping how citizens understood their roles in society. Imagine being a Roman soldier. Before you march to the frontiers, you already carry Aeneas' courage and Romulus' decisiveness in your heart. Every sacrifice you make isn't just personal. It echoes the deeds of your mythic ancestors. This blending of myth and civic identity created a shared purpose, a sense of belonging that extended far beyond family or class. It was the glue holding the Republic together, especially in times of crisis. Memory, as Pictor showed, is never just personal. It becomes collective. Every Roman household preserved fragments of these myths, telling them to children at the hearth. Temples and public spaces celebrated the legendary deeds of gods and heroes. Coins and monuments reminded citizens daily that Rome's story was both sacred and eternal. Through this, myth became memory, and memory became identity. Citizens weren't just living in the present, they were participants in a story written long before them and stretching far beyond their own lifetimes. While Greek myths often celebrated brilliance and cunning, Pictor emphasized virtue, endurance, loyalty, piety. These stories were no longer merely tales. They were moral templates. Aeneas' devotion to duty over personal desire taught Romans the value of sacrifice. Romulus' resilience and courage reinforced the idea that the city's survival depended on collective strength. Even minor figures, carefully chosen by Pictor, illustrated lessons in loyalty, perseverance, and foresight. For every citizen, heroism became attainable not just by legend, but by everyday adherence to Roman virtues. Pictor's stories were not confined to books. They lived in public rituals. When Romans celebrated the Ludi Romani, or honored the Perilia, they were not merely observing tradition, they were reliving the myths. They acted out history, internalized values, and strengthened communal bonds. The past wasn't distant, it was active, present, and shaping every decision, every act, every belief. Even though Pictor framed himself as a historian, his stories carried political weight. Leaders invoked these myths to justify decisions, inspire troops, or unite citizens. Wars were fought as if fulfilling destiny. Laws were reinforced as if honoring the will of mythic ancestors. Civic virtues were celebrated as sacred obligations. Over centuries, this approach allowed myths to subtly govern society, even influencing emperors centuries later who traced lineage and authority back to these stories. As you listen, consider how your own culture, family, or community relies on stories. How do these stories guide your choices, your values, or your understanding of yourself? Pictor understood this instinctively. His myths didn't just entertain, they taught, bound, and inspired. Even though Pictor's original scrolls are mostly lost, his influence persists. Later historians, poets, and leaders all relied on the framework he created. He didn't just record events, he shaped perception. Through his stories, Romans came to see themselves as participants in an eternal narrative. Every act building roads, fighting wars, raising families became part of a grand epic that stretched from Troy to the eternal city. He was, in a sense, invisible yet omnipresent, the silent architect of Rome's self-image. By blending myth and history, Pictor created something extraordinary, a past that inspired the present and guided the future. Citizens were inspired by heroic deeds. Leaders were guided by ancestral virtues. Society as a whole internalized lessons about duty, resilience, and piety. It wasn't propaganda, at least not in the modern sense. It was storytelling with purpose, teaching lessons through narrative rather than edict. Centuries later, poets like Virgil expanded on Pictor's vision. Emperors claimed descent from Aeneas. Every corner of Roman culture, religion, politics, art, and daily life carried echoes of Pictor's choices. Think about that for a moment. One man's pen, quietly writing, created a cultural current that shaped one of history's greatest empires. His work became a river flowing through generations, shaping thought, identity, and destiny long after his name faded. What makes Pictor truly remarkable isn't just his influence on Rome, but the universal lesson of his method. Storytelling shapes identity. Memory shapes behavior. Myth can guide morality and inspire action. Even today, nations, communities, and families rely on stories often passed down quietly, sometimes written, sometimes spoken to define who they are, what they value, and what they aspire to become. Pictor's genius lies in understanding this fundamental human truth. He transformed history into living memory and myth into moral compass. As you drift deeper into sleep, consider this. Every story you carry, whether personal, cultural, or historical, is a thread connecting you to something larger. Like Romans following Aeneas or honoring Romulus, your choices, your memories, and your imagination all participate in an ongoing narrative. Pictor reminds us that the past is never truly gone. It lives in our stories, in our culture, and in the way we imagine our own destiny. Hey friends, before we drift completely into the quiet of night, let's take a moment to linger together in the soft afterglow of everything we've explored today. We've wandered through centuries, through myth and memory, through the delicate weaving of history and imagination. From the early days of Rome, guided by the pen of Quintus Fabius Pictor, to the enduring myths of Aeneas and Romulus, we've traced the heartbeat of a civilization that learned to see itself in stories, and in doing so, discovered the power to endure. Take a slow breath with me. Imagine sitting in the flickering candlelight of a Roman study, the ink-stained scrolls of Pictor lying before you. The air is thick with the scent of parchment and wax, the faint smoke curling upward, and outside the city hums quietly in the distance. Distant chatter, the clip-clop of hooves, the soft rustle of leaves in the forum gardens. You lean closer to the scroll, feeling the weight of time in your hands. And as you read, the stories come alive. Aeneas crossing the seas with his father on his shoulders, Romulus standing tall on Palatine Hill, the she-wolf watching over the city's first cries. These are not just stories. They are threads that tie the past to the present, that whisper across centuries. They remind us that even in struggle, even in chaos, there is meaning, there is purpose, and there is beauty in the persistence of life. And here you are, listening, breathing, letting these tales settle into the quiet spaces of your mind. You've carried Pictor's histories alongside the myths of gods and heroes. And perhaps in this moment, you feel the gentle truth that all stories, once told, never truly fade. They live on in memory, in imagination, and in the silent corners of our hearts. I want to thank you. Truly, thank you for choosing to spend this time with me, wandering through history, myth, and the delicate spaces in between. In a world that often rushes and clamors, you've paused. You've given yourself the gift of reflection, the gift of curiosity, and the gift of wonder. It's remarkable when you think about it. We've explored tales that shaped empires, yet their lessons are deeply personal. They teach us resilience, loyalty, and courage. They teach us to carry the past within us not as a burden, but as a guide. And they teach us that no matter where we are, the stories we carry and the stories we tell can make our lives feel larger, richer, and more connected than we might ever have imagined. As you settle into the quiet of your space tonight, let the images linger. Picture the rolling hills of ancient Latium, bathed in gold from the setting sun. Hear the soft clamor of the forum as it fades into evening. Imagine the soft sigh of wind through olive trees, carrying whispers of centuries past. And in these whispers, know that the city, the people, and the stories still live. They live because you remember them, even for just this fleeting moment. Perhaps you feel a certain kinship now with the Romans who listened to these tales centuries ago. Perhaps you feel a flicker of understanding about why myth and memory mattered so deeply. Stories were never meant to be passive. They were meant to move, to teach, and to inspire. They were meant to remind people that even in the face of uncertainty, even when the future is uncharted, there is strength in knowing who you are, where you come from, and the legacy you carry. And that is something you carry too, my friend. Every story you hear, every lesson you learn, every quiet reflection in the dark, it builds you, shapes you, and becomes a part of your own narrative. You are, in some small and beautiful way, connected to all who have ever listened, learned, or lived within a story. So tonight, as you lie back and let your body sink into comfort, let your mind wander gently through the echoes of history we've explored together. Allow the courage of Aeneas to mingle with your own hopes. Let Romulus's determination inspire quiet strength in your heart. Let the wisdom of the past wash over you, not as a reminder of what has ended, but as a living stream of guidance, calm, and reflection. And remember, as we close this chapter of our journey, this is not truly an ending. History never ends. Myth never ends. Stories once told continue to live wherever they are heard, remembered, or imagined. So in a very real sense, you carry these tales with you now. They are a gentle companion, a soft light guiding you through the night. Thank you for trusting me to guide you through this vast landscape of history, myth, and imagination. Your presence matters. Every time you pause to listen, to reflect, to dream, you are honoring these stories in the way they were always meant to be honored, by letting them live inside you. Take another deep breath and imagine the city of Rome as it might have been. The streets quieting at dusk, the soft clinking of distant tools, the gentle ripple of the Tiber catching the last light of the day. And somewhere in that imagined city, the pen of Quintus Fabius Pictor hovers over parchment once more, tracing letters that will carry meaning for centuries to come. That pen, that hand, that story, it is now part of the memory we share tonight. As you drift further into sleep, know that the lessons, the courage, the enduring pulse of these myths are not gone. They are resting in the soft folds of your mind, ready to mingle with your dreams. Perhaps you'll see Aeneas's journey across the sea. Perhaps you'll hear Romulus's city take shape in your imagination. Perhaps the wolf will appear, gentle and fierce, reminding you of resilience and protection, of the quiet strength that lies in vigilance, love, and enduring hope. Before we part, let me say again, thank you. Thank you for giving yourself this time. Thank you for listening, imagining, and reflecting. Thank you for allowing these stories to meet your mind, heart, and soul. Your curiosity, your patience, and your openness are what make this journey meaningful. Without you, these tales would remain only in ink and memory. But with you, they breathe, they move, they live. Carry this with you into the night. Carry the lessons, the courage, the quiet endurance, and the gentle rhythm of myth and history. Let them lull you into a deep, restorative sleep. Let them fill your dreams with wonder, reflection, and soft light. And know this: tomorrow, the world will continue its rush, its chaos, its noise. But tonight you have stepped into the calm of centuries, into stories that outlast empires, into whispers that connect past, present, and future. And that is a rare and beautiful gift. So, as we gently close this journey together, let your mind drift freely. Imagine the scrolls, the heroes, the city, the whispers of the past, all surrounding you with warmth, wisdom, and quiet guidance. Sleep deeply, dream vividly, and let the stories carry you. From my heart to yours, thank you for joining me on this journey. Thank you for your attention, your presence, and your curiosity. May the echoes of Pictor's myths, the pulse of Rome's history, and the quiet magic of storytelling guide your dreams tonight and always. Good night, my friends. Rest well, and may your dreams be as rich